So hello everyone, this is AetherNightmare and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, I'm aware that Fontaine has come out for Genshin, but since it's the weekend, I think I'm going to stick with Final Fantasy XIV and save Fontaine for sometime later in the week when I feel like I have a little bit more of a stable environment to go off of. But in the meantime, while I have been gone, I worked on a few things. So my classes and jobs have leveled up quite a bit. So I've tried to get most of them into the 20s, Culinarian's lagging behind due to a lack of ingredients. I feel Culinarian and Fisher are both going to lag behind some of the other ones, but I'll eventually get to them, just depending on like what I have available to me for resources. So Botanist and Miner are both in the 30s, and most of these, aside from Leatherworker, just because I ran out of materials to work with, are up to 20, so with that, I think I'm going to start with these. I left off at Limsa just for that very reason, and then we can move on to doing other stuff. And of course, Marauder is 30 as well. Ooh, that's right. I could potentially do the final Marauder quest now. And then we can become something even greater, like the vision we saw at the very beginning of the game. We'll get to that when we get to that. So this, kind of wondering if maybe I should put the sensor bar on or not. I might, it depends. Just because it's the weekend and people might be crazy and I'm going to be spending some time in Limsa. I don't know. Should I? Yeah, maybe I will just in case. Just in case. It's the weekend, and sometimes Limsa be crazy. I might take it off for the MSQ, but while we're just doing side quest stuff, I'll probably leave it on for this session. So where are we going? We are heading probably down and out. Yeah, we got some new quests that have opened up around town too. Okay, good. The festival is still going. I might try to get to that now that I'm in my 30s. Wait, I am in my 30s. I can go look at it. Let's go look at it right now. What am I thinking? Derp. Oh. And one more thing. I did craft a little bit new equipment. So I have a new helm, some new bracers. I could remake these, but I think I'll just save the materials for now. I'm probably more than good. I don't know if there's any new pants for this, but it's probably fine. And so there we go. But yeah, new hat, new gloves to go along with the set. And I'm probably keeping this set because I like the look of it and I want it in the future, so. Also a bunch of new rings and stuff, for mostly for crafting, but a few for slightly better stats. Courtesy of Goldsmith class. Mayaru Moyaru. Mayaru Morayu. That is a name. Allergic to Sunshine. Same. Mayaru Moyaru is calling upon all adventurers to join the hottest event of the year. This quest is available for a limited time only. So this is the summer festival quest, I guess. Come one, come all. The Moonfire Faire is here to offer the realm's beleaguered citizens a diversion from the sun's scorching rays and seeks volunteers from the Adventurers Guild's ranks. Our festival has a long and storied history that hardly bears repeating, but for all intents and purposes, it becomes the premier event for our guild. We hope to stoke the fires of adventurous hearts young and old and all ages in between. This season's main event has become a favorite among adventurers and revelers alike, the Eorzean Nimble Warrior course. Oh no. It's American Ninja Warrior. I know exactly what this is. Kind of. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but I know what it's based off of anyway. Let me also get forgot to bring my phone up so I could, it's easier for me to see chat on my phone based on my screen setup than it is for me to like constantly look all the way to the left. Keeping vigil over the proceedings of the Sunshine Savior, Guardian of the Sandy Beaches. Who is the Sunshine Savior, you ask? If your interest has been piqued, then I encourage you to make haste to Costa del Sol, where the Hermaga stands at ready to appraise eager volunteers of the details. I don't have a swimsuit. But anyway, quest begin. I'm gonna, on my journal, Also, where is it? Allergic to Sunshine. Let me make this a priority quest, just so I don't forget to do it, since I think I'm going to wander around Limsa a little bit first before I go all the way over to Costa del Sol, especially since we haven't been there before. But it's a great place to get buffalo milk, which I need for one of my upcoming quests. So let's see. Let's go to Fisher, which is what we were in before. Crafted myself some better rods and whatever, too. Make this whole thing a little easier on myself. Eventually, I would like to get my Chocobo. Let's go down to the Fisherman's Guild. And talk to Sisapu. Bring me 3 harbor herring. This will test both your ability to use pill bugs as bait and your ability to count. I guess both are valuable. I also didn't really use pill bugs for this. I used a couple, but for the most part, I prefer to use lures, and I've made myself a couple of lures. I think you get the versatile lure from her, I want to say, as part of the fishing quest, and you can get harbor herrings from that as well. You just fish for them literally right outside the guild on these docks. But I also have built some other ones, such as the crowfly and floating minnow, just because even though they take a little bit longer for bites, I kind of prefer them to lugging around a ton of different bait. I don't know if that's going to be a viable strategy in the future, but I kind of like it for now, not having to constantly repurchase and just being able to like sit there and actually fish. And to me, half the time I'm like watching something in the background anyway, so to me it all works out. Shonen of choice recently has been Hunter x Hunter. I've started that up. So, in case you're wondering what I've been watching in the background as I fish. There's nothing better than salted harbor herring, save for perhaps fried harbor herring, or grilled. No, definitely salted. What about grilled and salted, with a little bit of lemon? You know, in the yesteryears of my youth, I used to use every fish I yanked out to yield a bigger one. A good gamble until the game got gargantuan. I guess I got greedy. Where did you... Well, sometimes it's best to throw back the big ones. Well, gods, what a guildmaster got to do to garner some grain of gratitude? Acting respectable would be a start. Respectable? I sailed the 7 seas and stared everything that swam in them. And that would be an accomplishment if by everything that swam in them and you meant fish and not lady divers, all you ever brought back were stories about carousing with trollops. And he's proud about it. But chauvinism is just a red herring. The harbor herring are what's important, namely the lesson of thinking from the perspective of the fish while selecting bait. In that regard, I can say you truly have the mind to fish, so here's a treat. Some of it might seem like gibberish at first, but as you make observations and jot down notes, eventually all of it will be gibberish. It certainly feels that way some days. Well, take some time to study up, but be careful not to fry your brain. You'll need it for your next lesson. Too late for that. I've already got fried brain today. Brain juice is on the E. If it's a gas meter, it's over on the E. The fishing log is a chronicle of your experiences as a fisher. Pursue the fish guide for fishing locations and detailed fish data, or reflect upon your accomplishments by reviewing your records. We get a new rod, which is probably worse than the one I have. We get some crayfish balls. All this is worse, so I'm just going with money. Because I made myself a better rod, too. Yep. Next. What's that in your eye? I know that glimmer. It's the eye of the fisher. It's the thrill of the bite, rising up to the challenge of our rival. Keep that spark alive, friend. You don't want to end up like Wabalogo. Not that I'm worried about you. Oh yes, I can see it. There is a fire inside of you, burning for fish. More fish. Bigger fish. It's time to feed that fire. Make fish fear me. Today is the day you catch your first big one. No one ever forgets their first. Journey forth to the banks of Nim in the middle of Nasi. There you will find her, the princess trout. Take the princess and return her here triumphant. I think I might already have some of those. Her Royal Highness is drawn to crayfish balls. Certain gear grant bonuses to your perception. Greater perception raises the probability of catching larger fish. Although fish can be of different sizes at the time they are caught, all fish of the same type become identical items once in your actual inventory. So that's more for the log, I think. Okay. I could have sworn I had princess trout, so that's why they gave us the crayfish balls. Guess I don't have a princess trout. Could have sworn. Undiscovered. Oh no, because it's from Middle Lanasi. It must be something else I'm thinking about. I fished in Western Lanasi. I did not fish in Middle Lanasi. Because I kind of thought that was going to be the place, and then I realized it was just off of these docks, so I kind of just stood outside the Thieves Guild casting all night. So that is it for Fisher at the moment. It has been updated. I'll probably do that more in my own time. So what is next? Ooh. I was going to say it was going to be blacksmith and armor, but I need to go back to Ul'dah, actually, for those, because I need to get one more thing when it comes to... Oh, where is it? Welding materia. So down here you can see I can extract materia. There's a new skill over there for welding materia into the gear. So I only did half of the quest for some insane reason. Maybe it wasn't available yet. But there we go. What else is in here? Armor and blacksmith are both here. Culinarian. I could probably actually take the next quest for Culinarian. Even if Culinarian itself is not as far along. I would guess. Maybe. No? Am I locked out? Princess Trout, blacksmithing, armor pride, allergic to sunshine. Yeah, okay. I guess I need to be maybe level 15 as a culinarian. In which case, Costa del Sol will be a destination to go to. Yep, it needs to be level 15, so I will be going to Costa del Sol for that. Since that's where I get buffalo milk. That is a big whatever flying over. Yeah, I've noticed I can hear some of those, like, big planes and stuff flying over in my, in my stream archives. Those are all military planes and jets for practice, FYI. Not a whole lot I can do about that. So. Maybe it'd be in my best interest. I know I'm already here in Limsa, but to just, that I can do. I can just do the Marauder one. Then I will plunge myself over to Ul'dah to get the Materia extraction, and then I can do like a bunch more stuff. I know this is sort of scrambled and disorganized, but welcome to the usual. Your confrontation with the beast is at hand. Kujata has made his presence known. Reports place the creature at the northeast of the Red Rooster Stead, in the vicinity of the Grey Fleet. There is little more for me to say but this. Harness all the strength you have, built through your labors of sweat and blood, and unleash it full fury upon Kujata and his menagerie of scavengers. Sigurd lies abased, trusting your strength and praying for your victory. I ask that you go to the lad before the battle and tell him that you're about to venture forth to fell the object of his vengeance. Such news should cheer his ailing heart. The time has come. May your axe strike deep and true. Time to go bull hunting. And that is where exactly? That is in Lower Lanasi. I could probably just hoof it. I also now have my third swing, Storm's Path, which is the follow-up. So Heavy Swing, Maim, and then Storm's Path. But here's the thing. It has combo potency of 380, so it hits like a truck if you do it in a combo. But also, it restores a little bit of HP every single time I use it. So every time I pull off a 3-hit combo, I restore some HP to myself. And that is why Marauder is broken and why I went with it over Paladin. It's self-healing. I don't need a brick wall of defense if I have super offense and also I have self-healing. I'm killing some of these along the way for the jellyfish. I need your drops. I really do. I won't get anything in the way of experience, because once you're high enough above the enemy level, you won't get any more experience, but you can still get drops. And I could really use some jellyfish. I don't think I got any, but... while I was there, I thought I would give it a shot. Shot failed. Moogle. Must be a Moogle around here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. I'm like, that sounds like Moogle. Kupo noses. Dost thou hear a Kupo? That damn calamity, I tell ya. Lost me wife and my son and my daughter-in-law to the aftermath. If it weren't for my grandson, I'd reckon I wouldn't have much reason to linger on. I'm sorry for making trouble. No, I deserved what I got. It's me own fault for not believing in you. But you came back anyway, and now you're gonna take that axe to Gajata's head, aren't you? I knew you could beat the bastard. You've got to. Yeah, I can probably take a cow. Might be as I'm sticking my nose where it ain't wanted, but I can't abide the thought of you facing the monster solo. Gajata's got his friend, so it's only fair if you've got a couple too. And what are friends for if not to lighten your load? I already did some of the groundwork for you. Seems a farmer and his waven have fallen victim to the fiend's pack. If we follow the trail of destruction, it might just lead us to the bugger himself. So, you guys decided to come with me, but you've just been hiding behind the door. Like children waiting to jump out and surprise me. I heard Kujata has reared his ugly head again and reckoned you'd not be too far behind. I hope you won't object to me leading what aid I can. We've been through much, you and I would see to it that this tale to its end. Brobar, well, he felt much the same. So here we are, a pack of two offset to the ravenous beast that follow in Kujata's wake. So I got my DPS, I got my healer. Time to go face a cow. Go have a cow. Who wants steak? You find a pot that appears to have been dragged from the farmer's wain. Cat the tyrant. Sir, this is a bird. Drop anything sparkly? Because you were sparkly there for a second. You find a barrel that appears to have been dragged from the farmer's wain. More birds. Sort of. It's a dinosaur, old-fashioned bird. Ooh, and I probably want to take out this Gooboo. Because I need it for my monster hunting catalog. Good to know these are around here. I also need to go to the Oakwood soon. You find a crate that appears to have been dragged from the farmer's wain. So there's only 2 left, I believe. One of them is here, and the other one's going to be in the Oakwood. Okay. Bigger, more evolved bird. There we go, get some animal hides so I can finally start working on leather worker again. I suppose I could purchase things, but, you know. Level 34 sync, let's go. I was gonna say, how do you lose that? It's kinda huge. Oh well, bigger cow just means more steak. Let's make sure our ability to draw a crowd, why is it not targeting who I want to target here? It's not letting me target the right enemies. Some berserk going. No, not you, him. Thank you. Can you please stop running ahead? There we go. Out of the way. That don't run into the circle. DPS. DPS, I cannot babysit. I can mitigate damage. I cannot babysit. There comes a point or two where you just gotta stay out of the orange. Again, it's stop targeting hers! Target Kujata! Why is it doing that? Don't make me use my mouse. Auto-target the enemy. Why as a tank would it auto-target the mage? Bren! I am tiny, but I am fierce. It appears our timing was fortuitous. The Axemaster carried me here so I could see. You did it. You really did it. Ma, Da, do you see? They killed the bastard. He's finally dead. Thank you. Thank all of you. Do you reckon I could learn to swing an axe like that too? Yeah, eventually just start with wood. Heck, you can start with wood now. Build a fire so you can start cooking. When I was bigger, I mean. I want to protect folk too. Keep them safe from, you know, monsters and things. If you train hard, then naught is beyond your reach, young man. Then that's what I'll do. I'll train every single day. You'll see. I'll be the strongest hero there ever was. I feel so small in every way. That kind of fits the Aura lore, though. So many people without knowing Aura lore see Aura and they think like, oh, they're so small and so dainty and so refined. And you meet, especially the Zayla Aura, which is why I am with the Blackhorns and Tails, in their lore, and you see they're just downright feral. I saw it with my own eyes, and I can still scarce believe it. You brought down the mountain. Well done. I knew from the moment we met that you'd rise to meet any challenge. It is done. You have answered the boys' prayers and upheld the pride of the guild. Hold your head high, Marauder. I shall be awaiting your triumphant return to Limsa Lominsa. Which, is there anything else down here? Costa del Sol should be right here. Like, I am right at the entrance, so weird as it sounds, I'm gonna detour. Because then I can unlock the crystal and warp back anyways. Here we go, Eastern Lanasi. Which there's two crystals, the Wine Port and Costa del Sol, which is sort of like a party town port area. So enemies here are a little higher level in the 30s. Hence why, too, the timed quest needed you to be a minimum of 30. But we should be fine. Also, I've noticed my ping has been a tad off. Our internet's probably not been the best due to all the storms we've been having. I've actually had a few disconnects over the past couple days. So if it ever appears like there's like delay in my actions, like if I'm mining and it takes me like a full 5+ seconds to swing my my pickaxe, that is because of latency issues. Of which, alas, there's very little I can do. Some of them are server side, and some of them are my side. It depends. If I'm having a storm, it's my problem. If they're having a storm, it's their problem. But since most servers are probably near the California area and they are bracing for a literal hurricane, yeah, I'm gonna cut them some slack. Here we are, Costa del Sol. It's probably really busy here. Part of the reason I have the chat sensor on. There we go, we're tuned, so we'll be able to warp. Oh yeah, there's people chatting. Nothing not safe for work or anything, but there are people talking openly. Are you looking to make yourself useful? I'm Nacher, a representative of the Adventurers Guild. As the leave mate stationed here in Costa del Sol, it's my job to match capable adventurers to the tasks that come in from the locals. I'd start loading up with dangerous fieldwork immediately, but I'm required to assess your suitability for handling the sort of threats you might encounter. Take a good look at the tasks outlined in the guild leaves. Are you willing to try your hand at the trial? Sure. Underfoot. What is this one? Nightly walk through the jungle. Master is infuriated. Creature in the area so that no other might experience the suffering you did. Money is no object. I think this is just a monster slaying one. Very well, I'm certain you're already aware of this, but you'll likely encounter hostile creatures in the area. Be sure you're properly armed and armored before beginning your task. Have you seen me? I'm wearing literal scale armor, my dude. I am okay. Let's also talk to the Chocobo Keeper. Gain access. Here we go. I'm pretty good on gil for now. I've got 44,000 gil. And I have stuff in the marketplace, so I'm probably good on that front. Remember, in these areas, too, you can always go to merchants and, like, buy new stuff. You don't have to do what I'm doing in craft. You can go to some of these merchants and actually buy stuff really quickly. Because I remember buying stuff in Costa del Sol before when I was kind of, like, fed up with doing my own grinding. So if I go to, like, purchase weapons, I can actually get something like a level 31 weapon. It's slightly more pricey than doing it yourself, or Steel Booge, what's this one? 34. So these are really decent weapons, so you can get all kinds of weapons, armor, etc. just bought in areas that match whatever level you're looking for. So you'll find more like level 30 gear in the level 30 area. Use that if you don't want to craft. What is going on around here? Are these? They just remind me of watermelons. How Japan carries watermelons. Hello Snoopy Pants. We are doing okay. We're just doing some side questing around Final Fantasy XIV, and there is currently a in-game festival going on, hence the fireworks. Basically a ninja warrior course, so to speak. Oh, where are they? Has something less than delightful and more than awful befalling the new dancing girls who were to arrive today? This is most inconvenient. I do ever so wish that someone would find the driver who's to bring my divine denuses, and that someone would be healthily rewarded, I shouldn't doubt. Find the girls that I hired to work and I will pay you, is what he says. So basically, if I end up swimming out to that island, I'm kind of overdressed. Everybody's gonna be in, like, bikinis and stuff, and here I am in literal scale mail, but, you know, go with what you got, I guess. I don't have a bathing suit right now. I could get one in the future, but, as is, I'm kind of lacking in the right materials to make it. So we can always swim out here. How I don't sink, I don't know. Wearing this. I could always wear something like my starting outfit, I suppose. Welcome to the Moonfire Faire. It's always a treat to see new faces and one from the guild doubly so. Dim Mayaru Moyaru mentioned the Sunshine Saviors stir the pit spit of heroism within you? I should hope so, because between you and me, we're in a bit of a bind. If you wouldn't mind lending an ear to our troubles, I'd appreciate the opinion of a fellow adventurer. Much obliged, you see. The fair has been no stranger to difficulties. Make no mistake. People swimming where they shouldn't be, monsters treading the beaches like a bloody banquet, and all manner of other perils have put a damper on what's meant to be a time for celebration. To combat this, I came up with the idea of the Sunshine Savior, a brave soul whose duty would be to nip such problems in the bud before they become everyone's headache. Not only would they keep our patrons safe, but their deeds would raise the esteem of the guild as well. Not only that, but it would be the perfect opportunity to give our fresh blood a chance to shine. So I went looking for a stout arm from within our ranks, and after a process of stringent vetting, settled on an eager youth by the name of Lionel. The lad seemed like a perfect fit, but his spirits have taken a sharp dive since he arrived in Costa del Sol. Whatever is the cause of his troubles, it's plain he needs a guiding hand or two to see it through him. So, if you've got the time and the inclination, I'd like you to help set him on the right path. Once he's found his footing, I won't ask you to dote on him any longer. How's that? You're a lifesaver, friend. Now then, follow me and I'll make the introductions. Lionel should be somewhere near the Aetherite. Let's go find him, huh? I just realized something too. Not only am I, like, way overdressed for the occasion with the scale mail, but this scale mail is made out of iron. And I'm swimming in the ocean. I am going to smell so bad. For those of you who are unaware, salt water in the ocean interacts with various metals, especially on jewelry, or in this case, armor. And unless you're wearing something very specific that can tolerate it, your jewelry or armor or whatever will smell. Like, it'll stink to the high heavens. So yeah, I am Stinky Drago, apparently. Always check to make sure your jewelry is seawater safe. The governess sent you, did he? I was afraid he wasn't gonna wait no more. Don't keep giving me the slack now. Tain't my fault, I swear. I brought the girls just like I was supposed to, and we got as far as here before they caught a sight of the ocean. And that's the moment they start crying like corals and hopping like spriggans. As soon as I stopped the wagon, they were off running to the beach. Now I yelled at them ladies to get back in the carriage so we could get where we was supposed to, but they didn't pay me no mind whatsoever. You'd go talk some sense into them, wouldn't ya? Working stiffs the both of us. You understand. You'll help me out? Everybody in the game wondering what that horrible smell is. Yeah, pretty much. The dumbass swimming around in armor, but somehow is still impressive because they're swimming around in armor. It's just heavy. Apologies, but the lad seemed to be missing. I explicitly told him to wait here. Get your bloody hands off my goods! Sorry, terribly sorry. I only thought to help. The crates looked awfully heavy, you see. But you're right to be wroth at me. Yes, for why you would need my aid, with the arms thinner than sprouting reeds. I see the error of my ways. I shall shovel buffalo dung as punishment. Ah, lad, sorry for snapping at you. Appreciate the thought, but the contents of these crates are my livelihood. Can't trust just any passerby with their safe carriage. You understand? And truth be told, you came at me like a chocobo taking its first steps. You need to strut with a bit of confidence if you don't want people looking at you crosswise, see? Also, if you accidentally dump one of these crates in the water, it's probably going to be a problem, because judging by the labels, they're more than likely containing fireworks and wet fireworks. Oof. Yeah, they... Moist gunpowder destabilizes gunpowder, which actually makes it more likely to explode, and the explosion is going to be bigger, and it's going to be uglier. Your avatar is buffer than the armor? Surprisingly not! You've got a good heart, lad. Anyone can see that. Work on your manner and reckon your next attempt at charity will go just fine. My avatar is actually very, skinny. Surprisingly, because of aura. Most of what you see is just scale male padding. I can hazard a guess as to what happened here, but I'd like to hear your side of the story nonetheless. Mind filling me in, Lionel? Oh, Master Hermiga, and who is this? It can't be. Is this person my replacement? Heaven forbids. I've been dismissed before my duty has even begun. No, I'm allergic to the gunpowder too, buddy. It's not a big deal. There's no need for all that. Bren here is a member of the guild, and they're here to help. But first, we need to know what's going on. Ah, I see. I was awaiting orders like you asked, but then I spied that man struggling to carry his goods. I thought to offer a helping hand, but you saw how the rest went. I see. I can't fault you for trying to do good, lad, but what he said was right. Your manner is bloody strange, and it has been ever since you set foot on these sands. I don't recall you being so timid when we first met. If something's weighing on you, you needn't shy away from sharing the burden. You're too kind. The truth is, I just can't bear to have my face seen by others. All those eyes on me, it's dreadful. Under a helmet, I have the confidence of a captain. But this heat has left me with no choice but to bare my naked face, and... and to all and sundry. Your avatars may be skinny, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. Oh, they're very strong, yes. It's just that aura have huge size discrepancies based off of, like, male and female. So, like, the males are very, very tall, for example, and the females are very small. So that's part of the reason, is what I was getting at more. He says all this, and yet I'm also wearing heavy armor at the beach, which just makes me look like even more of a weirdo. Again, I feel so overdressed. I'm afraid I'm likely to do more harm than help if I can't get my nerves under control, but the festivities are due to start soon, and I can't scarcely stand to look you in the eyes. So that's the way of it. I appreciate your candor, lad. If it's as simple as covering your face, we can get you sorted straight away. Come with me to the storehouse. I have something there I think you'll like. Are we gonna put him in a mascot suit? As for you, you had better wait on the beach for our return. Don't worry, we'll be back before you can break a sweat. What are you two up to? It's like 1 second. Let me change down to Fisher. There we go. See, I'm not that buff. I'm strong, but I am not super beefy. It'd be cool if you could make your characters beefier. I would like more character customization in the future. There are a few things I would change, but... Although we are getting the graphics patch next year. I have to be in something that's level 30 as well for this quest. What's going on down here? Destination. And here we are. Feast your eyes upon Costa del Sol's Sunshine Savior. Again, is he gonna be in a mascot costume? Yes! He's a Power Ranger! And he's got the 14 symbol on his back. Blinded by its brilliance, are you? I had this lovely piece made for the moment. I conceived the Sunshine Savior, a special commission from the Weavers Guild. But genius isn't always obvious, I discovered. My colleagues claimed the coloring was too bold, the design too daring. I believe the word gaudy was tossed about, and so, with a heavy heart, I set it aside. Until today, that is. By the gods, I feel a whole foam taller. The fabric is so tight, like I'm wearing naught but my name day suit. I'm ready to take on the world and then some. Masks are usually for hiding one's true nature. But this is the Lionel I remember. If you ask me, he looks like the spitting image of a hero. But what do you think? I mean, technically, from my universe, I suppose, but I don't know if anybody in Eorzea has seen these before. I forget what they're called in Japanese. Seinen something? It certainly suits him. I'm overjoyed that you think so. Mark my words, the sands of Costa del Sol shall remain safe under the watchful eyes of the Sunshine Savior. Now then, Lionel, consider this your official appointment as the Sunshine Savior. Go forth, remember that you carry the reputation of the Adventurers Guild on your shoulders. Don't crumble under the weight, lad. Become a savior worthy of your namesake, and our guests will soon forget the countless monsters and maladies that lurk beneath the tides. I know you won't disappoint. Go fight monsters in that! Thank you, Master Hermaga. Am I gonna have to rescue him now? Oh my. I love how everybody else is dressed for the beach and then there's just me. As the Sunshine Savior, I must bear all the responsibilities that the title implies. I can do this. I can become an adventurer that others speak of in awe. It'll become something, alright. By the way, I'd like to apologize for my embarrassing conduct before. I admit a part of me is scared almost all the time, but I can't let that dictate my life and my duty. Whatever happens, I swear to all in my power to make this Moonfire Faire the safest yet. That being said, I realize I still have much to learn and would very much appreciate the aid of a seasoned adventurer such as yourself. Would you help me? Thank you, I look forward to growing under your wing. Seasonal event, quest complete. I know there's eventually some other stuff too. Yeah, look at the back of his outfit here. Has the Final Fantasy XIV desktop symbol in the back of the armor. Anyway, something else is here. You! I am the sunshine! Hermaga is eager to send the sunshine savior forth into the sands of Costa del Sol. Lionel looks every ill in the hero, and make no mistake, but looks aren't worth a damn if his heart isn't in it. How are you feeling under that mask, lad? Up for the work ahead? About that, as much as I'd like to jump right into the thick of things, I can't help but harbor some small doubts. The incident with the merchant earlier made me realize that it's one matter to want to aid those in need, and another matter entirely to know who needs it. Fortunately, I have Bren by my side, a seasoned adventurer who's helped her fair share of troubled souls. I've asked them to take me under their wing for a bit, and I hope to be a quick study. That's a capital idea, lad. Every adventurer has a few stories of being rewarded with scorn instead of coin. Strange as it sounds, a helping hand must be a deft besides. Well then, let's revise your tasks, shall we? Give you a chance to sharpen that nose of yours at the scent of unrest. Why don't you stand watch over the revelers gathered at the northeastern shores? If you spot trouble brewing, put a lid on it before it spills over. Bren will attend to your supervisory capacity. Before leaping into action, ask their advice on how to conduct yourself. They'll guide you well, I have no doubt. Now then, off with you. The battlefield on the beach awaits. Make me proud, you two. Make me proud. A guild member by the name of Baldufian is standing by someone to relieve them from his duty. Speak with him first, and then show the realm the measure of the sunshine savior. Okay, where does it have me going? Back over to the island. There's also a little bit of this quest over here, too. Might as well do it on the way. Excuse me, who are you? Not the boss of me, that's right. This is my first time on the beach, and nobody's gonna tell me how long I can and can't have. Got it? I just feel so blessed to be here. This is so beautiful and inspiring, don't you think? I feel I'm so many things. I just need to drink it all in and channel it into my heart. Oh, honey, I've never seen anything like this. It's all dunes where I come from, you know. I'm sure Master Gege-Ruju won't mind a bit if we stretch our legs before coming to see him. This one's picking up like clams. She sells her right fancy back at home. I bet you goo-boo poop that I can sell a beauty like this to Master Gege-Ru. Need to find a way to get it to him, though. You go wait while I find a wagon or some such. So that one's picking out seashells. Right, let's head back to the island with the festivities. There's so many people. Gotta target the one that's the actual quest giver. Is that you? Why, if it isn't the Sunshine Savior, protector of the summer as sands, please, please, I release the beaches of Costa del Sol to your stewardship. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Yeah, if you have any, like, dungeons that you're waiting to go into. Yeah, I can begin this. I don't got anything else going on. Ah yes, before I go, allow me to furnish you with these link pearls, a crucial tool for a pair of strapping guardians such as yourselves. Godspeed, saviors. Remember, those are like little walkie-talkies. Magic walkie-talkies. Well, I guess in this getup I look equally silly to a Power Ranger, so I guess it all checks out. And now our watch begins. Go on, tell me what you see. If there's trouble lurking about, the Sunshine Savior, so rise to action. I keep saying Savior. I sound like Hypello. A young Mihote lad and lass look like the sellsword just stole their lunch. A shifty pirate lass is sizing up a nearby man, quite interestingly by the looks of it. I'm gonna go with the pirate lass. Bloody Cavalain thinks he's too good for a pirate, does he? I'll make him see I will, if I just ask him all nice-like. Oh, we're interfering in somebody's romantic affairs. Fancy a stroll on the beach, Cavalain, or some such? Bah, he'll just think I'm itching for a duel. She's mumbling to herself an awful lot. The menacing provocations of a pirate, no doubt. What do you think? Just ask if something's the matter. Don't worry about her. Worry about the man. We should watch from a safe distance. Ooh, no. But now that I know what she's about, I don't wish to interfere in this way. I have made mistakes. We should watch from a safe distance. Let's not get involved. Are you certain? This has a sense of danger, or perhaps something foul has washed ashore. No, I'm pretty sure that's my armor. No matter. I shall trust your advice. It's what you're here for, after all. Don't just stare at her. I'm beginning to understand. She wishes to say something, but it's caught in her throat like a bone. She's given up. Judging from her manner, she may have the same reservations as I concerning her face to others. A kindred spirit in need of aid. Alas, I have but a single mask, so I couldn't have helped her even if I wanted. But you knew all of that, didn't you? Remarkable foresight, my friend. Truly remarkable. Can we talk to the other crew now? Young Mihote lad and lass, looking like a sellsword, just stole their lunch. Go, go, Power Ranger. I failed again. I'll never master the course at this rate. Come on, fool, I believe in you. But nothing I say seems to help. I wish I knew how to cheer you up. The lad looks absolutely crestfallen. From what I can gather, he's having some difficulties with the Eorzean Nimble Warrior course. I know what it's like to feel success slip from one's grasp, time and again. Show him how a Sunshine Savior does it. Give him some words of encouragement. Let him be. He'll learn more by lifting himself up. I actually want to do either one or two. I don't know if words would be enough. I kind of want to see what happens if we make him run the Sunshine Savior course. I'm being a little vindictive today. You want me to attempt the course. I'm equal to the challenge, you can be sure, but that would mean leaving my charges unprotected. If you'll ask me, it looks like the lad needs but a few words of encouragement. Yes, that should do the trick. Wait here, I'll be back in a flash. Something I find interesting about Final Fantasy XIV is that the children of races with tails always have like slightly smaller tails. And I'm not really sure why. Because that's not how it is with actual animals, but for whatever reason, here it's the case. The pair were thankful enough, and the lad seemed once again eager to tackle the course. All in all, a success for the Sunshine Savior. I've never actually watched Power Rangers, but in one of the training arenas that I occasionally went to, we did apparently have one of the people who played the Red Rangers stop by for lessons and also some exercise. Well, I see nothing amiss in the area. What about over there? Don't ask me which season, though, because I'm not actually sure. And now our watch begins. Go on, tell me what you see. If there's trouble lurking about the Sunshine Saviors, so rise to action. A group of revelers are entranced by the Eorzean Nimble Warrior course. Some muscular fellows are slumped over on the ground. Maybe we should do some first aid first. The one guy doing the Zack Fair squats. Are you alright, sirs? My muscles burn for more, but gods, I can barely see straight. You're dehydrated. Oh no, that's not good. Should I call upon one of the chaperones? I suppose this heat and intense exercise mix as well as oil does with water. Mix as well as oil does with water. Should I offer assistance? Tell him to find a spot in the shade to rest in. Tell him to drink plenty of fluids. First things first, shade is good, but hydration always comes first. You're quite right. Even the strongest of us will wither before in the sun without water and rest. I'll go tell him as much. We sell refreshments down at the stands. You can show off your beach pods anywhere on the beach. Let's do it on the spot where you can get rehydrated. I had a word with the men, and they insisted there was nothing to worry about. Still, my duty is to dig out the roots of trouble before they break soil, so in that respect, I consider this a success. A group of revelers are entranced by the Eorzean Nimble Warrior course. I don't see a problem with that unless they're like heckling people. Go on, jump! Jump like your life depends on it! You'll never make it from there. Watch out or you'll eat sand. Oh no, is he alright? I think I heard a snap. Well, time to be lifeguards. Alright, we have to act. Let's help him. Don't just yell at him to do it, let's go with him. Apologies for not waiting for your guidance. I dove into the ocean without a thought of what could come next. No, you did the right thing, actually. Before I knew it, there was water under my mask. I was sure I'd meet my end then and there, but somehow I found my bearings and brought that man ashore. I suppose fortune favors the reckless, huh? You could always have taken the mask off. Speaking of which, I see no further signs of distress along the beach. I believe our relief should be along soon. And truth be told, I'm glad for it. I can't bear this stifling heat much longer. Hey, take your own advice. Stay hydrated. Still, better to be baking under the hot sun than drowning under the ocean waves. Every breath I took invited more water into my lungs. If one of the 7 hells lies on the ocean floor, doubtless its doors would cast open for my arrival. But I'm grateful to be alive and well, and with a few feats of daring do under my belt besides, that's no small part thanks to you. Your sound guidance led me to take action where I might have been paralyzed by doubt. I have Hermaga's costume to thank, too. It may very well have some special power to turn the mind into the lion-hearted. Impressive work, you two. I say you've earned some rest. Allow me to watch over our patrons. I can only hope my stretch is half as eventful as yours was. Much appreciated, Master Beautifoin? I suspect Master Hermaga will want to hear of our success here. Let's go and make our report. Every time there's timed quests like this, that gives me Final Fantasy X-2 vibes. Like, this whole game is just an endless series of Final Fantasy XIV side quests. I should say event side quests, the silly stuff. I love X-2, I don't care what anybody else says. Oh, there you are. The stories of your deeds precede you. Revelers up and down the beaches are taken with your bravery. The one you plucked from the sea even came to offer his personal thanks. By all accounts, your lost confidence has been restored, and more besides. I reckon you're ready to set off on your own, but I won't force it upon you if you've got lingering reservations. Well, truth be told, I wouldn't have been able to do it without Brent's help. And this mask, of course. Donning it makes me forget the meaning of the word impossible. You have to realize that Brent won't be around forever. So inclined to adventuring abroad as they are, a savior needs to be able to carry their burden alone if they're to earn the trust of others. You know, you never did tell us why you're so frightened of showing your face. Something tells me you didn't crawl out of your mother's womb with your hands covering your eyes, am I right? Aye, it happened when I was just getting my feet wet as an adventurer, during a job that should have been unremarkable. We were tasked with guarding a merchant caravan, which naturally drew the attention of a terrible slavering beast. Instead of sticking it with a spear like I was supposed to, I was knocked senseless within moments. When I regained my senses, I saw that my partner had been dealt a grievous wound by the caravan was in shambles. The job was an utter failure. For a blessing, none had lost their lives, but I lost all standing in the eyes of my allies and employers. They blamed me for their injuries and the damage to their goods, and rightfully so. The memory of their scornful gaze is etched into my mind, and I see them every time I look in another's eyes. So you coped with your fear by hiding behind a helm. It's starting to make sense. You know, Lionel, that suit's more than a masterwork of comfort. There's a meaning behind its design, if you can believe it. See, it's meant to evoke the image of a phoenix, the legendary bird symbolizing rebirth, rising from the ashes over and over again, each time shining brighter than before. Seeing your triumphs as a sunshine savior, I can never say sunshine savior in correct succession like that. I always say savior. Seeing your triumphs as a sunshine savior has made me certain that the phoenix fire burns within you, Lionel, and when those flames are stoked, you'll be reborn with more courage than you could ever have imagined. All this time, I was wrapped in the Phoenix's embrace. Yes, if there's a chance I might be born anew, then the path ahead is clear. I'm heading back to the beach, this time without a mask. Something on your mind? Did I lay it on too thick? When you get to my age, you can't help but light fires under those in need of it. And that lad needed it, something fierce, so I lit a raging bonfire under his arse. I just had to work with the embers that were already there, that burning desire to help the downtrodden. Ye gad, somebody help! So we just gonna stand here? Thank you! It even kind of looks like a Power Rangers boss. Will it explode upon being defeated? Is he a pugilist? Maybe? Can't tell. Oh, what's wrong with me? Not so fast. If someone jumps to his rescue again, that fire that was lit will just be snuffed out. We need to think of a way to help him that doesn't involve doing all the heavy lifting. But I mean, I also can't let him be eaten by, you know, a street shark. Rise from the ashes of defeat and be reborn. No monster can stand against Lionel. If you can't do it, no I can. I'll go with this one. Rise and shine, Sunshine Warrior. Yeah, they're right. You're our Sunshine Savior, so save us. Give the beast what for. I feel bad for this man. They really have faith in me? Oh my god. I can't let them down. I must uphold the reputation of the Sunshine Savior. These quests are so damn silly. Bathe in the flames of my rebirth. Yes, it did explode! It had no reason to, but it did. So yeah, that was a thing. Ooh, there's another big one out there. That one's just a regular shark, but... are you okay? That was so frightening, but exciting at the same time. I'm gonna write about you in my diary. Thank you, thank you. Chloe's safe, and it's all because of you. But I was only... Oh, never mind that. You're most welcome, of course. It was random, but it was fire. Indeed. I'm not sure what to call what just happened, but the word miracle comes to mind. Did I truly vanquish that bloodthirsty brute of a shark? That you did, and without a single scratch on our guests. You showed them what the Sunshine Savior stands for and gave them a display that won't soon forget. All on your own, too. But even a savior isn't invincible. Go with Batterfoin and get yourself checked. Wouldn't want you to be done in by a few scrapes. Hygiene and checking your wounds is still important. Bryn and I will keep an eye on things here in case any other seaborne predators decide to try their luck. Did you plan that, or was that just genuinely super random? Ah, you've returned. Thanks to you two, the talk of the Adventurers Guild is on the lips of all of Costa del Sol. As far as I'm concerned, we can consider the Sunshine Savior a rousing success and a boon for the guild. Lionel here deserves a standing ovation for the bravery he displayed. Taking down a fiend like that and keeping the young'un safe is a feat very few can boast of. As my vision dimmed, I heard Bryn call out to me. It was their words that delivered me back from the brink and allowed me to go further still. They may call me the Sunshine Savior, but you are the true hero of the day. You've given me the courage to go on alone, and for that there is no way I can repay you. Indeed, our savior had a savior of his own. In fact, we're all grateful for. I'm of a mind to make you an honorary Sunshine Savior, suit and all. Wear it well, and don't ask me how many more of these I have stashed away. How many are there? There's a blue one, there's a pink one, there's a black one, there's a yellow one. Are there any other colors? If I've a mind to make you an Honorary Sunshine Savior, suit and all. Wear it well, and don't ask me how many I stashed away. Now go on, forget your worries and take in your fill of the festivities. For the Moonfire Faire is a safe so long as Lionel stands as its guardian. Does that mean I get the suit? Aye, I shall remain vigilant for any signs of trouble, and if aught appears to threaten the peace, I'll be there to stop it. Green? The green's another one. Oh, we do! We get the suit! The Phoenix Riser suit and the Phoenix Riser helmet. Hot bird summer. I guess. Hot wings. It's a buffalo chicken summer. Wait, before I go back over, I should actually talk to him, see if there's anything else I can get. I think that's it for the summer quest. I don't know if we have to do much else. I reckon you're proud to call yourself an honorary Sunshine Savior, but we've got Lionel to protect us from now on. Go and enjoy yourself for once. Okay, nothing else here. Vendor. Let's see what the vendor has. Storm Tracer, handheld device distributed by the Maelstrom. These are like temporary little fountain fireworks that you can set off. What does the helmet look like? Like what he was wearing. Flame Tracer. These are all just confectionery poppers. A pinwheel, a spinning firework, popular in the Far East. Same kind of deal. I mean, I can put it on. I'm gonna look right silly, but... So there we go. Behold. In all of my Eorzean glory. Plus axe. Eventually, I think, there are some guns that we'll get eventually. We get a rifle with one of our future jobs, but they're thinking of adding another DPS, and we're pretty sure it's going to be like Pirateer or some equivalent of it, just based off of the theming. So with that, I kind of wonder if we'll be able to dual wield pistols, because dual wielding pistols has been a thing in Final Fantasy for multiple classes across games, so it'd be cool to finally get something like that, especially since we already have other types of gun characters. We have a gun sword, which is Gunbringer. We have a rifle, which is Machinist. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to complete the whole Voltron kind of look. But yeah, most of the time they use swords. I don't have any character that uses swords at the moment. I can in the future. But there you go. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna revert that back. So you know, I'm gonna turn those into prisms eventually, so I can equip it at any time and keep my stats. But that's what it looks like. Go go Power Rangers. Again, I know they have another name in Japanese, I just forget what it is. It's a whole trope, not just a particular series. Anyway, where am I going? We are going back to the guy that's up here. We found all his ladies hanging out on the beach. So there you go. There was the little summer event. It's silly, it's short, but it's fun. Overcome by the ocean, are they? Seduced by the sand. With me waiting? Me, who paid so dearly to see their unparalleled undulations? Well, how delightful. They are true artistes, as beautiful inside as they are out. Gridania is green, Ul'dah is golden, but only Costa del Sol is blue and white. Yes, I should have thought it earlier and given them leave to play upon the beach. Ah, happy it is to be a wealthy man. I shall wait because, well, because I can. I am no drudge quaking at the sound of a master step, nor am I a knuckle-biter who needs a bottle of brand-of-wine to keep the tremors at bay. I shall enjoy the anticipation and the fulfillment alike. I let the people who work for me enjoy their time. Why can't more rich people be like you, Gege Ruju? Anyway, now what? Go back to the Marauders Guild. We can. Yeah, let's do that. Let's work back for now. It's Saturday! It's crowded. Okay, Marauders Guild. That was truly a mighty feat. Never have I seen a marauder so dedicated to attaining the principle of their discipline. And what is that smell? In recognition of your achievements, I, Axemaster Winezorn, pass on to you our guild's final technique, the thrill of battle. This is a skill that teaches you to embrace the fear and danger in combat, allowing you to push well beyond the normal limits of your stamina. Though the thought brings me both joy and sadness, there is not more I can teach you. May the memories of your time here in the guild sustain you as you strive for ever greater heights of perfection. The experience now shall be your tutor. There will always be greater foes and deadlier challenges on which to test your blade. Of that I am certain. You enter a realm of our craft in which even I have never set foot. I only hope that when you reach the very boundaries of your art, you will return to share your triumphs with us. Until then, may your axe swing ever true. Alright. Thrill of Battle increases maximum HP by 20% and restores the amount increased. So, sort of self-healing. We get a better axe. Steel Curious. Ooh, that's actually better than what I'm wearing. Dang. All of this is technically better than what I'm wearing. Nah! But I like this outfit, damn it! But I like my outfit. 13, 13, 17. We gotta go with the biggest stat boosts. I guess I'll deposit it when I deposit the Power Ranger suit. But there we go. We have maxed out the Marauder quest. Marauder quests are actually finished, so there will be no more Marauder quests, but there will be something else in the future. Let's get better gear. There we go. Don't see anything here. I think, too, the actual next quest is probably going to be in Costa del Sol. Like, back where we were, ironically enough. So let me take a quick look at this map. What is this? 15 on a skewer trip. That is Culinarian. This is going to be blacksmithing. Not down this way. Let us go. It's not where I was treated. Lower level. Anything on the lower levels? I don't see anything on the lower levels, so we may be ready to travel to somewhere else. Story-wise, if we speak to Minophilia, we can do more. And I don't know if the quest that I'm thinking of in question is going to be at level 35, or if it starts at level 30. You can make your avatar look like however you like. And before the new outfit too? Yeah, you can. You cast a spell called Glamour. In here you get glamour spells. And basically, you can overlay any outfit magically on top of what you are actually wearing, sort of like a light prism. So I can be walking around in what looks like a bikini, but I'm actually wearing full plate armor. So, like, the Power Ranger suit we got, for example, has really bad stats. It's technically a level 1 item, But that's because we're supposed to turn it into a glamour prism. And once we do, it can be overlaid on top of anything. So I'm going to go back here, because the area to do so is inside the inn. So I'm going to get some stuff repaired. Go up to an inn, because it needs to be at full health before you can put your gear away. Let's talk to the lift attendant, go to the Drowning Wench, which is the tavern in the inn. Let's really quickly... That's how so many people are wearing, like, really interesting outfits. Independent arms mender, let's go through here. Now, stuff does have to be at 100% to be turned into a glamour prism, so I'm just gonna really quickly repair everything. So just take a hot second. So this is how we get, like, pretty outfits like this, for example. This person's wearing, like, something very unique. Let's talk to the innkeep. Go to an inn. And so over here, we have my glamour dresser and my armoire. So event stuff can usually go in the armoire, which has way more space. Let's go to head, body, and hands, and we have the Phoenix Riser, helmet, and suit. Placing it in the armoire will reset Spirit Bond to 0. That just makes Materia out of stuff, so that's fine. As well as remove all customization. Proceed, yes. Same with this. Put it in here. And there we go. My armoire, I can also retrieve stuff that I have stored in here. There we go. It's under seasonal gear too for some reason. It auto-categorizes, so I have the Power Ranger suit. Eventually, as I do more quests, I'll get a few more things. And I also have Cloud Strife's Advent Children outfit, because they gave it to me for free for some reason. So I have, like, his coat, his pants, his boots, whatever. So I can take these out of here at any time, glamorize them, and wear them. Likewise, we have my glamour dresser full of prisms. So we're going to turn a few things into prisms now. I like the body piece that I had before. So if I go to head, body, hands, since I am no longer wearing it, it was the iron scale mail. I can take this, and it will no longer retain its stats, but I will turn it into a prism that I can overlay on top of anything. So let's put this in here. Also from here, if we go to edit glamour plates from before, I've shown this off once, but if we go to like body, for example, I can put on any gear I want, turn it into a plate, put that plate over whatever I'm wearing, and bada bing, bada boom, poof. I get to wear whatever I style in here. So I can wear this top again, I can wear this top again, I can wear like these boots. So yeah, you can design and dress up your character literally however you want. Once you are able to turn these into prisms, which is pretty easy to do, you get access to the quest around level 15, which is really early in the game. You'll reach that in like a day or two. Yeah, you can start mixing and matching and customizing all kinds of pretty or tough or cool or silly outfits. You can Barbie doll yourself as much as you want. For now, I'm just going to go with what I currently wear and store stuff that I plan to use in the future that I like as individual pieces. But yeah, there you go. While I progress in story, I'm just going to wear what comes along. That'll give me an idea of what I like to use, but as I get further along, I'll eventually start making some glamour plates. I just don't have enough gear that I really like yet. Eventually I'll be getting some from dungeons and whatnot. So until then, we will be a little mismatched and occasionally turning things into prisms along the way. So let's see, what else do I got? That's right, we need to go to Ul'dah. Do I have anything in Gridania that needs done? I can't do these yet. Beauty is only scalp deep. Ooh, we can probably do this one. I must have talked to everybody to do this one. Let's... But he's in Thanalan. Doggone it! never mind. Alright, so Gridania doesn't have too much. What was yours? Majorum, I already gathered it. So yeah, let's go to, I guess, Ul'dah. It wants us to go to Ul'dah. Let's go to Ul'dah. It's busy here too, because once again, it's the weekend. New quest here. Several adventurers are having difficulty summoning their retainers. Should you wish to offer your assistance, you will find these troubled souls in Limsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah. The rewards will be the same regardless of who you help, so do not hesitate to aid adventurers of your choice. Interesting. Something weighs heavy on the adventurer's mind. It's a blue quest with a little check mark next to it, which means we get something special for completing it. I just don't know what that is. Is the damn thing working? Oh, hello there. Say, you look like you're an old hand when it comes to this adventuring business. Mind helping with the situation? I sent my retainer to Reborn the other day on adventure hunting, and to be precise, simple enough work, right? Except now she's gone missing. Much as I'd like to head out there and look for her, though, I know full well that I'd be feeding the buzzards before long, so if you're willing, I'd be much obliged if you could go to Eastern Thanalan in my stead. Alright, easy done. Let's head over to, oh, good old-fashioned spam. Going up in the chat box. Never answer spam that appears in the chat box. Said he was around here. Yeah. Talking to my main alchemist. You've come on behalf of Jandaline? Why, I just furnished him with a fresh batch of my special creations last week. I realize the man's services are in demand, but it would be physically impossible for him to exhaust his entire supply so soon. Stolen, you say? An unfortunate turn of events indeed, if not entirely unexpected. You see, the man is something of a genius, and genius is often misunderstood by modest minds. Trust me, as I speak from extensive personal experience. Yes, great minds must band together in trying times, lest the realm be deprived of our talents, and so I command you, deliver this parcel to Jandaline with all speed. Get him this new conditioner back this instant. But yeah, part of this quest, what it unlocks is my ability to customize my character even further, so if I want to change like my hairstyle or any other feature on my character, you could do that, and there's also potions if you wish to swap what race your character is, so if I wanted to be a Mihote, I could drink that potion and become a Mihote. And you can also change gender if you so choose. So if you get tired of playing as a certain character and you want to keep your stats, but you just want to change the outside, there is a potion that you can purchase to do that. So you're not stuck with one character. If you get to a point where you're like, I want to change, I want a different haircut, I want a different look, like, you can do that. It's all cool. Alright, let's see what Alchemist has for me. Ah, my able assistant. I recognize that look of intense hunger. You wade waist deep in the mire of alchemy. What is it that you display such desire? For I stand ready with a task that will that'll further test and expand your proficiency. You have another question. What does MSQ mean? It means main story quest. Basically, the main plot of the game, instead of side questing. I have a request for an arcanist by the name of, I have a request from a certain arcanist. He requires an alchemist to construct for him an Everguard head leather grimoire. But is so often the case, the matter is not as simple as it first appears. U-logs, one of the materials used in the creation of the tome, will not be found in any local Ul'dah stall. You must go to Gridania, I think. Thus it falls on you to take up botany and gather the material yourself, or, almost as bothersome, scour the market boards of the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. And as if this endeavor were not already sufficiently laborious, the client also requests that the tome be enhanced with materia. Must I explain materia to you? Very well. Materia is the crystallized essence of a well-used piece of gear. The physical manifestation of an item's history with its wielder, if you will. It's not well understood exactly how these crystals work, but they have the effect of improving the properties of the objectives of which they are attached. Do not expect me to provide a lecture on the intricacies of crafting materia. There is a goblin at the bonfire in central Thanalan who is more than willing to babble on about such things. Mutamix? Yeah, that was his name, Mutamix. As for the type of materia, the Arcanist was specific in his lack of specificity. You are free to experiment with whichever kind you wish. Glorious. Bring me the Materia Enhanced Tome once it is complete. Meanwhile, I should be sifting through my memory of the name of our expectant client. Yeah, that's another reason we need to go back out to Thanalan. But we got the quest. Let's check out Weaver next. Would be... yeah, I guess in here. This place is so twisty-turny. Your time has come. Today you will work on behalf of the Sun Silk Tapestries. Your client is heir to a vast fortune, a rare sort of individual in the city I know. Not really, it's old, all the Ritzies live here. Like many men of means, ever does he seek new Epicurean delights. I can only imagine what his desires this time. I thought it best you go and meet with the man yourself, so I've taken the liberty of scheduling an appointment for you at the Sun Silk Tapestry shop of the Steps of Nald. As I'm sure you're aware, that's on the other side of the city, and men like Mama Jaru are not fond of waiting, so in short, hurry. Yeah, I plan to get to MSQ eventually if I can today, just because that will gain me access to my Chocobo, and I don't have to walk everywhere. City was on the Steps of Nald. That doesn't help me. Here it is. But yeah, you can design yourself the way you want, you can do your hairstyle the way you want, you can get different kinds of mounts, get different kinds of pets, have different job roles, etc, etc. No, I cannot spare a gill, you disgusting parasite. Really, if your kind put half as much effort into finding a job as sponging off of upstanding... Oh, the Weaver. 'Twas a reflex. I've had to fend off far too many beggars this day. Yeah, let's see. I really don't want to make this man's outfit now. He rude. I should warn you that I have very specific requirements which must need to be fulfilled to the letter, but I recently discovered that I possess a prodigious talent for the gladiatorial arts. Only if your weapon is your tongue, and I'm reliably informed that only the most expertly crafted equipment will allow me to realize my full potential. I doubt that. Emotional damage is the only damage you know how to do, sir. I want a cotton acton, but not just any, it must be enhanced with materia. The ordinary kind is fit to be worn only by peasants. Understood? Good. Now then, I believe you have a job to do. Ooh, I want to make it shitty on purpose, just to watch you get kicked around like a soccer ball. Anyway, random person being random. Oh yeah, here's another one. See, this person's wearing one, as you can see, but the color is different because you can use dyes to change the color of your outfits as well. What I'm wearing does not have to be this color. You have dyes that you can use in the game, and that allows you to change the color of your gear. So this one apparently wanted to go with a Cobalt Power Ranger by the looks of it. I can't tell if that's light purple or light blue, but I digress. And you also notice they have bunny ears because they're a Vieira, so... That part I can't add by myself. Only Vieira. But I get horns for mine. So it works out. Ooh, I just can't stand rude customers like that. I need to go this way, actually. Yeah, there's another one. What color is this one? This one is dark green. Also with bunny ears. So yeah, you don't have to stay the Red Ranger, you can choose any color you wish. We have a whole rainbow to choose from. see back to the Weaver's Guild. Back so soon? Tell me, what would our esteemed client have you make for him? I see. When did Materia-enhanced garments become essential for gladiators, I wonder? Mayhap the talents of the exceedingly wealthy differ from those of the rest of us. Yes, that must be the way of it. That's a fun way of saying he sucks at what he does, so he needs to use Materia to enhance his skills because he's not good enough with actually his own skills. And he needs Materia crafted by someone else because he can't make it himself because he doesn't have the skills to make it himself. Savage, Rose. Savage. And you say he didn't even bother to specify what type of materia he'd prefer? Feel free to use any kind. I highly doubt he'll be able to tell the difference. But a question occurs to me. Are you familiar with materia? In other words, he's so bad at what he does, not only does he rely on the skill sets of others enhanced in the materia to make him stronger, but also he doesn't even know what materia he wants. You don't know why If you don't know why I'm saying you're savage, it's because of what you said against the little kid. Oh, he's not a kid. He's a dwarf. Lalafels are dwarves. They're just tiny. This is a adult Lalafell. Baby Lalafels are much smaller. They're about the size of potatoes. If not, consider paying a visit to the bonfire in central Thanalan. A goblin scholar resides here who is well versed in the ways of materia. I, meanwhile, am but a simple weaver and wholly unversed in the ways of materia, so you can expect no such wisdom from me. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious, I'm afraid we shan't be able to provide you with all the necessary materials. I suggest you search the markets, or you could travel all the way to Vilbrand, I suppose. There's no shortage of dodos there. I leave the matter in your capable hands. Oh no, yeah, this little bastard is an adult. So he gets all the ire I can give. This is a specific race in this game. They are called Lalafels. Like I said, they're based off of dwarves. But, yeah. And as you can imagine, the children are even tinier. Like potato. Just like in Crystal Chronicles, what were they? Little T. If you see a baby Little T compared to like an adult Little T, like the babies are so much tiny. So what next? Goldsmith. Oh, goods! You should have seen it. It was glorious. A golden brown apple tart, freshly baked by a Bismarck-trained chef. I was saving it for an afternoon snack, but the moment I turned my back, that little terror ate it. Gigi ate it. Mammoths can't even taste food. And then he had the nerve to criticize my diet, saying it would lead to further devastation from continental standards of beauty. Gods, Pardon my outburst. That's not why you're here. Keeping your skills sharp, I trust. You know, it occurs to me the past 2 tasks I gave you weren't proper lessons. How about I teach you something new? What do you know about materia? Wait, don't answer that. Even if you're familiar with it, 'tis my duty as a guildmaster to instruct you on its applications to our craft. So let's review the basics. Materia are special crystals you can use to enhance the property of items. Now, attaching these crystals requires an artisan's touch, so for this lesson, I want you to attach materia to an item. Not any item, mind you, but a staghorn staff, which I would have you craft yourself. This particular staff may prove difficult to construct, if only because the requisite horns must be cut from antelopes, which are not native to Thanalan. If you wish to purchase some, you might have some luck searching over at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. If that doesn't yield what you seek, a trip to Gridania may be in order. There's numerous types of materia out there, but it's entirely up to you which ones you use. I'm only concerned with your ability to attach it after all. Oh, and I almost forgot the most important part. If all this talk of materia makes absolutely no sense, you could go to Central Thanalan and learn from Master Mudamix himself. Though, to be honest, I don't understand a word he said. No questions? Splendid. Off you go! Need to go talk to a goblin about materia attachment. So, okay, got that done. Is there anything else here? Miner. Wait, I need to go collect the carbonized stuff first. Never mind. Marauder. We need to go... Where is he? Forget where he is. I think he's in Central Thanalan, actually. Yeah. He's gonna be over here, I want to say. So... if I warp out first... may actually be faster. Because then I can just... so if I leave the city, weirdly enough, it's slightly cheaper. So I might as well. Right, he should be... off this way, yeah. Waking the Spirit. I think I needed to be a Disciple of the Hand and level 19 in order to do this. That's why I didn't get it before. But now that I'm level 20, I should be able to get to it just fine. It's only read it out because I am in combat form, not crafting form. Once I come here and do the old switcheroo, it should open up to me. There we go, 23. Why, hello there! I see you're a Disciple of the Hand like me. Mayhap you're interested in learning how to meld materia to gear. If so, it'd be my pleasure to teach you. Ready to begin? Good. Now then, there's one thing to keep in mind when melding: materia slots. Arms and armor each have a certain number of these slots, and this determines how many pieces of materia they can host. Normally, an item cannot host more pieces of materia than the slots. However, as with most other things in life, there are certain exceptions. But this sort of knowledge is for later down the road. After you've become more experienced, you may wish to broach the subject with Master Moodamix. Now off you go, and happy melding. And there we go, we get the skill. Materia melding is now available. You can now meld materia to items. Gear can be enhanced significantly by affixing materia to slots available on most weapons, tools, and armor. The number of slots available on a piece of gear can be confirmed by viewing its help text. So it'll be like these two little green slots, if you can affix materia. To affix materia to an item, highlight a piece of gear and select Meld from the subcommands. Next, select the materia which you wish to affix. Similar, you should wish to remove materia. You may do so by highlighting the Select Remove Materia. Alright, so... how did you get the name AetherNightmare for yourself? I made the username back in 2012, so... do you mean, like, how did I come about the name, or how did I get the username? Okay, we can highlight that. Let's also change our gear layout now. I don't need to see inventory or crafting logs, so that is going to be moved aside for materia extraction and materia melding. So for this, I needed to engrave something on a hoplon, I wanted to say. Let's look at the journal. Let's highlight and unhighlight some questing here. Business of blacksmithing. That wasn't it. I needed... was it Armor's Pride? Materia Enhanced Hoplon. Okay, I need to be an armor instead, actually. Let's just do it again. How did you come up with the name? Kind of like a mixture of all elements, as well as myself having like bad nightmares and stuff. It also means terror of the skies, if used in conjunction. There's a couple other reasons, but I kind of want to keep it to myself because it's going to be spoilers for this character later on that I'm building for Final Fantasy XIV. It's also slightly welded to the idea of oh gosh, I'm name blanking. Greek Titaness. What is her name? Side with a knife. Hecate. There we go. For some reason I kept wanting to call her Hell, and I'm like, nope, that is the wrong goddess. slightly based off of Hecate. So, there's a few things that goes into it. Kind of don't want to fully get into it now, just for personal reasons, as well as character spoilers for this character I'm building lore on. But let's also talk to Mudamix, the goblin. You are given to understand that Mudamix is the keeper of secret materia techniques. Pisha, Uplander is joiner of materia? Uplander desires to join muchly, yes? Then Mudamix makes brain case of Uplander rattle with secret knowings of materia. But first, Uplander must be proving readiness. Uplander, shall we do attaching 8 pieces of materia? Then let Uplander and Mudamix trade tongue flaps again. Okay, what does he want me to do? Meld materia before him. Okay, that's easy enough because I'm gonna need to do it anyway. Let's get materia melding. Let's do some materia melding. Alright, so the iron hoplon is something I needed to do. So, as you can see, we can affix it with 1 piece of materia. And here's what we have. So we can increase direct hit rate, skill speed, gathering by 3? Really? These are really good gathering ones. Ugh. I was originally going to do that, but then it's like, maybe not. I could get more materia too by extracting some off of myself. I should probably show that off once. So as you can see, this is gear that I have a 100% spirit bond with. You gain a better spirit bond on your gear just by wearing and using it. So if it's something for fighting, it gains up by killing monsters. If it is for crafting, it is by, well, crafting increases it. So let's do the bandana. That should be a really low level materia. There we go. We have extracted some materia. Because I just want to put a crappy one in here. I don't want to use my good stuff. So where did it go? That was for control. Control +1. When you say spoilers for a character, do you mean the character you're playing now? Yes. Yes. Since this is an MMO and therefore it's slightly a bit of a role-playing thing for that, and I plan to eventually play this with other people in the background, there are aspects that I'm adding to this character, slightly secretly and slightly cheekily, that I don't know if people are catching or not, but I digress, to build my own character lore. But I'm so early on that most people probably aren't picking up the hints quite yet. But yeah, it's for roleplay later on. Let us... Control, I guess, is crappy. Who would need control on a hoplon? I don't know, but... Does it specify? Don't think so. Anyway, here we go. 100% success rate because I'm high enough level to do so. And there we go. Oh, it wants me to meld 8 in front of him? You are a picky goblin. Mudamix, you are a picky goblin. Alright. Well. Crap. Alright. Staghorn staff. Do we have enough to create the staghorn staff? Sanguine? Probably not. Ramhorn staff, staghorn staff. We don't have any antelope horns, and we need marble eyes, which we get from killing basilisks, which are going to be over in an area we haven't been in for Thanalan, for Peasties. Why did the horns on my character have something to do with your backstory? Kind of. The horns on my character are actually part of the race I play, and that is the Aura. As you've noticed, some people have cat ears. Those are Mihote. Some people are really, really tiny. Those are the dwarfs known as Lalafels. There's some big ogre-like people. I forget what they're called. Rockdolin, I believe. There's Humes, which are just basic humans. Some really tall people, elf-like ears. Those are the Elizan. You've probably noticed some people with bunny ears. Those are Viera. Basically, we got a bunch of playable races in this game. Also, like this little guy right here, Mudamix, there are beast tribes. You cannot play as beast tribes, but there are a ton of different sentient beast tribes as well. So, yeah, there's just all types around here. And again, this is a full-size goblin. They don't get any bigger. I'll probably do my Materia melding for Moodamix some other time. What else we got around here? For crafting and stuff. Ulda. Golden Opportunity, that is at the Saucer. Ill-Conceived Adventure. Arcanist Tome, gotta build that. Materia's Concerns, gotta build that. Gotta mine that, gotta build that. Got it. Okay, so we're probably good for that. Melding Materia, that is something we will work on later. Leaves of Camp Dryborn, eventually. These are all side quests, and then the one with this like little fiery Final Fantasy XIV symbol is the main story quest, so I should probably head back to doing that. I might check out... Not that. What was the other one? There was one more. Ill-Conceived Venture, there we go. What is this? Troubled Retainer, where are you? You are... way over in Camp Dryborn for some reason. I don't know what this gets me. It looks like it's going to unlock something based on the type of quest it is. If it just has a golden symbol, it's more like a throwaway quest that you can eventually occasionally get some money or some pieces of equipment, but it's not necessary to do. If it has a blue marker, it is something that you can get something very important later on, like a skill or the ability to ride mounts, that kind of thing. And if it has this symbol on it in the corner, it is the main story. So let's change into... Oop, shit. I bumped my... No! I hit the Xbox button! Sorry about that. Let us switch into Marauder. I went to hit the start button and I hit the Xbox button. Which on PC just brings up all kinds of stuff. Let's see the quest. On the main map, where'd it go? Hello? Ill-Conceived Venture. Missing Retainer. There we go. Like, it's not showing up. Because I have so many quests that I've undertaken. I have to sort them, otherwise they won't show up on the map. Will you do your lore in your future streams or in the background? Both. Because it has you pick little things based on how you react to certain scenarios. We just haven't seen a whole lot of them yet because I've done so much side questing. But it'll start to become apparent based off things like the job I choose, and the way I react to scenarios, and the choices I make in the game. Things like that, it'll start to become apparent. And eventually, once I start streaming with other people. Some personal choices will become apparent. Especially since some friends say they want to use the character I'm creating in writing as well, and they will have permission to do that, so that is part of the reason why, too. Just background stuff. Lots of background stuff. Ah, you're a saint. I thought I was done for. It's like this, for example. You notice the cat tail and the cat ears. This is a mihote. What's that look for? I take it you've never seen a retainer on a hunting venture before. It's a regular part of my duty these days. Though I admit I'm not very good at it. Oh my, is that who I think it is? Hello? Yes, they arrived in the nick of... Oh yes, I'll return at once. I'm afraid I don't have much time to stay and chat. Duty calls. But thank you again for saving my life. I wish I could reward you somehow, but I know. Go and tell Chachabi, my supervisor, how you helped me. You can find her at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange in Ulda. Be sure to pay a visit. How do I know so much? This is not my first time through A Realm Reborn, and also I have friends who are way ahead of this game than me. This is part of the reason why I'm trying to catch up to them. It's because I am lagging way behind. Also, a lot of the lore was used from, like, Final Fantasy XI, primarily, as well as a few other Final Fantasy games, which I have played, so that's how I'm knowledgeable of a few other things as well. So, like, the races in this game are directly out of Final Fantasy XI. Most of them. Aura didn't exist yet, Viera didn't exist yet, that sort of thing, but the vast majority existed in 11. Ooh, let's not change home location. I forget that's not how you warp. It is... let's back ourselves back out. I need to go to Western Thanalan for this upcoming thing, so I'll just return to Ul'dah, and then I'll pop my way over to... the Waking Sands. Couldn't think of the name for a second there. You can also create multiple characters. That's another way to go about this. You aren't beholden to just one. You can make up to 8 characters on an entry-level account, and I want to say it was at least 20 on a advanced account. So your subscription fee determines, like, how many characters you can have. So if you want to go through the game multiple times or have certain characters dedicated to certain things, you can also do that too. Need to go to Sapphire Avenue Exchange. So yeah, just experience. I actually played this game up to, I didn't finish Heavensward, but I got up to Heavensward last year. I just didn't record any of it, because my PC was having issues. Greetings, is there aught you require? I know exactly of whom you speak. This was not the first incident. Mayhap she lacks the fortitude to undertake ventures. Oh dear, I know that look. No one has informed you of our latest services, have they? In cooperation with the Adventurers Guild, we've established a new system through which retainers may be dispatched to procure items for their employers. Should you wish to avail yourself of this additional service, you will need to pay your retainers in advance for ventures, which are script issued by the Adventurers Guild. I gather you have none in your possession, so allow me to give you a token sum. Your retainers have received basic instruction in a variety of disciplines, but they want her experience. If you would like them to undertake anything more than the most menial of tasks, you will need to furnish them with quality equipment and give them opportunities to hone their skills. Basically, you need to furnish them as if they're actually going out on quests. So long as you bear that in mind, I think you will not be disappointed. Okay, so this was the ability to send out my retainers to gather materials for me, which I probably won't use very much because, yeah, Venture is now available, because I'm crazy. I'm going to be rushing through all the story quests in Genshin to do the Fontaines. You're way behind. And hello, ZT Freak, meowdy to you too. You may now dispatch the retainers in your employ on ventures. Summon the retainer you wish to send afield and follow the instructions to begin. Yeah, I won't be doing that much, just because I'm working on both botanist and miner, so I intend to get things myself for the most part. I might use it later for really, really basic things. But while I still need to get the experience, I'm gonna mostly try and do it from where I'm at. So let's head over to the horizon for our main story, since I think we finished up all that we can do here at the moment. And I did a whole host of side quests that took me... how long have I been doing that? 2 hours. Yep, it's an MMO. Can you take me to the Silver Bazaar? No. Vesper Bay. Is that technically Vesper Bay? The Footfalls. Yes, it is. Take me to Vesper Bay. It's faster to ride a Chocobo, because I don't have mine yet. We're working on it. You want to get back to Final Fantasy XIV, but lost all of your keybinds, and it just made me very unmotivated. Oh no. Not your keybinds. Messing with someone's keybinds is sacred. Yeah, I kind of had something similar happen when I got my new PC too. Had to set it all back up. Maybe when the Dawn Trials expansion comes out. Which for me is several years out, but we're getting there, one step at a time. The only way is forward. Can't get to it unless I actually start somewhere. But yeah, we did a bunch of crafting in the morning. We did the timed festival event, which was a Power Ranger suit. Well, worth the giggle. And now we're heading back to MSQ. Hopefully, to maybe unlock my own Chocobo. So I don't have to walk everywhere. My poor character gets so winded. Welcome back. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see you have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the... I can never say this, I goof it up every time. Amalja know the answer. Suffice it to say they will not be willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to have you fight for our cause. That you might take to the field subtly prepared, I would have you meet with the goblin, acquaintance of mine. His name is Mudamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mudamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment for Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mudamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. But I was just there! It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall tell you a blade. Take it to Mudamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Menophilia, if I'd known that, I would have come here first. Mudamix is ever to be found at the camp in central Thanalan, a place known as Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way shall become clear. Damn it! Gotta go again! We warpin'! Menophilia, send me with like a grocery list next time. I understand why the main story quest would send me this way to help me better prepare for upcoming boss fights, but also I totally forgot that this was going to be part of the MSQ and went way ahead of myself, courtesy of my other job tasks. Yay! Pray return to the waking sands. I have awoken from my nap. Yeah, pretty much. I'm back, Mudamix! Pshaw, who is Uplander come to tentering of Mudamix Bubblypotch? Menophilia's dagger. There you go. Ah, Fighty Tool drinks in airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty Tool changes to Story Shone, name of Materia. Stony Shine, name of Materia. They're starting to speak like the goblin. If Materia join with other Fighty Tool, then Big Eyes Fighty Tool gains power of Air Shelf. Pshaw, Mudamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Menophilia. Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Mudamix with fastness. Menophilia wants Uplander to see power of Materia. Uplander brings Fighty Tool to Mudamix, yes? Sure, Fighty Tool is unstrong as Eating Tool. Make good teaching show of power of Materia. The Materia Master. Now the eyes of Uplander point at Fighty Tool, yes? Pusha, Materia join with Fighty Tool. Fighty Tool gains power of Materia. Fighty Tool Reborn. Here, take Uplander. Take Fighty Tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constituents from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Moonamix turned that dagger of yours from something that would have struggled to cut a steak into a weapon worth wielding. Pshaw, Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia? Then Uplander best fill brain cache with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain cache to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learny ones of Moonamix. Okay. Since I already have done the quests associated with this and other parts, we can just return to Minophilia. But in order to return to Minophilia, because the warp for some goddamn reason is all the way in the horizon, we gotta warp, and then we gotta take a Chocobo again. This is another reason I want my own Chocobo, and I have no idea why they can't have the warp crystal next to the Waking Sands. Whose idea was this? I need words. I have design philosophies and I wish to beat you over the head with them. Yes, I know what some of the spoilers are. I just can't say them. For this particular scenario, from point A to point B that I'm currently traveling on by giant bird, it doesn't make sense. It's aggravating, and I'm going to have to do this probably a dozen or more times. And it gets to me, okay? I get sand in my boots, and it's not easy to get sand out of metal boots. Check your inventory. I thought you gave me teleport envelopes. Teleport envelopes? I probably don't have them on me right now, but... Alright, chat. CT Freak, Redeer, I'm gonna need you to level with me really quick. What's a teleport envelope? The Vesper Bay tickets? What Vesper Bay tickets? There's an anarim she gives you in a quest that teleports you to the place. Are they in, like, limited supply, though? Have I been a dumbass this whole time? What's this? Oh, hello, Halatali. This is probably going to be another dungeon. Hail there, adventurer. I'm Nedrick Ironheart, an explorer by trade and scion by allegiance, and you, my friend, look to me an adventurer in need of a challenge. I happen to know just the place that will offer it to you. Tucked away in... Oh no, my chat's going hands you them at the Vesper Bay. You get like 20 of them, you think? Right click and you can use them? Oh no. So... Okay. I've been making this harder on myself than it needs to be, it seems. Thank you, both Redeer and ZT Freak. I, will probably need to gain those back from my retainer. But also my point still kind of stands. Tucked away in the corner of Eastern Thinland lies Halatali, and it is there that you will find the excitement you crave. The place boasts a storied history. It was built some 100 years past in training grounds for gladiators. The calamity laid it to ruin, though, as it did to most things. Now Halatali is a shadow of its former self, but in the dark of that shadow lurks wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. For one such as yourself, I dare say there is no place finer than Halatali to test your skills and refine your techniques. Indeed. I've taken the liberty of passing your name along to the flames who oversee the place. Should you visit, speak with one Fafajoni near the entryway. I see. So it is a problem of my own creation. Hey, like I said, don't know everything. Welcome back. I trust you to visit. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. Here's your dagger back. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to reach such efforts as worthwhile. As I'm sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, so make it your ally. Now it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak with me when you are ready to begin. We also get the level 18 weapon coffer, which I know, if we use this, it will automatically give us a weapon of whatever class we are currently in. Just as a way of keeping us upgraded. However, I am wielding a level 28 weapon, so, that goes in the box for later. Lord of the Inferno. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amalja to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amalja responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amalja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide it to them. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such a time as it does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Dryborn and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Alright, so this is back at Camp Dryborn, which is going to be way back over here again. I'm just gonna warp. I have plenty of money, screw it. I'm good at the markets. I may not be good at reading the letters people give me to warp from point A to point B, but I can use the markets just fine. What? I swear to God, every single one of these that I see has bunny ears. I take it the Vieira people are very happy with their Power Ranger suits. It's gonna be down or up? Flame Sergeant. Where are you, Flame Sergeant? Are you above or below, Flame Sergeant? It's totally gonna be below, isn't he? Flame Captain. Flame Sergeant. Ah, you're Bren of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture the Amalja and parse for them the whereabouts of the abductees. The Lizardmen aren't aware that their man Ungust has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we are requesting the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much, and more of the Amajila's plot than the mission succeeds. Let's make sure it does. Head north. Actually, I can probably take Chocobo, can't I? Hire The Golden Bazaar. Just because they run faster than I do. And since I am recording this, if it was in my own time, I wouldn't care as much, but since I am recording it, yeah. Any little bit can make a big difference. So I'll dismount here. Walk the rest of the way up. But yeah, all that materia enhancement stuff is kind of letting me know, by the way, boss incoming. I wonder if I might want to. It's probably not a good idea to do that standing right next to an imp, but... I probably can't because I'm wearing it. It's probably fine. Let me just take extract materia, retrieve materia, meld. Probably can't do it in this class, or maybe I can. I don't know. Some of these are probably like too high level to do so. What is my... I wonder why I'm not able to do some of these, but I can others. There we go. Ear cuffs. As weird as it sounds, those are relatively new, so we can also add some of this. Spell speed isn't going to do jack shit for me, so let's just do direct hit rate. Okay. Slightly better stats. Ever so slightly better stats. Alright. Duty calls. Commence the battle for the Lord of Inferno. Yes, and somebody is making a ruckus behind me. Proceed. Turning off the barrier for main MSQ. Cutscenes and stuff. Is the bait in place? Our men are in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amagila appear. Yes, sir. I know it's Amalja and I keep saying Amagila. I'm sorry. I can't help it. What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. They didn't seem to mind our presence at all, almost like they ambushed us. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the immortal flame's clutches to moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Aye, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Alright, tiny scale beast versus big scale beast. Let's go! Hard part is, as a tank, is I don't know if it wants me fighting these. Fighting the big one. I could try and draw them over here, but getting their attention so far is proving to be just ever so slightly difficult. Ooh, and I'm synced to level 24 too. I wondered why I couldn't do my 3-hit combo. Oh, don't give me that losing the cutscene ordeal. I was managing just fine. Put up your weapon or your comrade's a dead man. Now that's harder to handle. Behind you! And that would be a sleep spell. Bring them. The rest of you march. Traitorous scum. And this is why I always drink caffeine before streaming. You never know what might happen. Why am I unbound? Why? Why? Everybody else is bound. The merchant people are unbound. Why am I unbound with axe and armor? Why am I still dressed in armor? Why do I still have my axe? Why are my hands not tied? I fear the Amalja mean to give us to their god as an offering. If I must die, then let me die as a soldier of death, with steel in hand. The Bowl of the Embers is now accessible. New duty has been added to the duty finder. Why have you not bound me? Rejoice, heathens, for your worthless lives shall soon have meaning. I don't know if I could do a voice befitting of them, but the lizards claim they'll soon bring us before Ifrit for tempering. You're not seriously considered locking horns with the devil now, are you? The lizardmen marched us to their stronghold. They're preparing for something, and I, for one, do not want to be around when they finish. They're going to kill us, aren't they? Oh no, they're going to do something far worse. God, I don't want to die. I want to go home. Damn it. A traitor to the flames. What has become of us? To be fair, it's kind of not his fault, but we'll get to that. I'm sorry you were dragged into this. Were I a better judge of character, we wouldn't be in this mess. Listen well. These waters feed into marshes of Reborn. A short swim will see us to freedom. However, if all of us attempt to flee, we'll likely be discovered. You alone must sneak out and assemble a rescue party. Once you have won freedom, seek out our comrade stationed in Reborn. He will show you the way back here. May the 12 speed your way. Ah, so that's if I need to escape to, like, continue leveling. I guess it has me an out, but only me an out? Interesting. I probably don't need it. I'm probably good. Because I can go in with NPCs, so I'm probably fine. Register for duty. Begin. The Bowl of Embers. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from misery. Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. So yes, they worship summon spirits, also known as primals, as their gods. O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not of your godhead. If it pleases you, Lord, search their heathen souls with your cleansing flame, and mark them as your own. Bloody hells. Bring those two as well. What's going on? This isn't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. In other words, you're dragged into the same mess as us. That's what you get for being a traitor. No, spare me, I beg you. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I shall claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against shall burn. Almighty Ifrit. Yeah, that isn't meant to kill them. My one true god. It alters the very core of your soul. Your words are my bread. Once you are claimed by a god, they literally temper your soul. That is what tempering is. It changes the very core of yourself. You lose yourself and become enslaved to a god. Impossible. By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Except for me, I bear a crystal. Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation. My god crystal is bigger than your god crystal. Forsooth, thy frail mortal flame can serve a vessel out to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art of the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. Begin! Let's get his attention going. Alright, tank, I'm counting on you. Or healer, I mean, I'm tank. Healer, I'm counting on you. I have to keep that flame breath away from them, basically. I keep the big boys' attention, and they do the healing and the rest of the DPS damage. Surrender thyself to the fires of judgment. Sense a powerful thing of the nail? Where's the nail? Where's the nail? Here's the nail. Alright, you guys are gonna have to take some of this, but... Let's actually change target for a sec. I don't know how evil this thing is gonna be. Okay, there we go. My soul shall burn for eternity. What's it doing? Let's get out of that. Let's get closer. Actually, probably gonna move over here. Ooh, get out of that. Yeah, if the ground looks like it's on fire, get out of it. Here comes more. Again, I want that fire breath to only hit me. I don't want it hitting any of them. That's for them to move out of. There we go. Your god is dead. And he leaves behind a tiny crystal. Barely a remnant of what they used to summon him, but I'll take it nonetheless. I'm lucky to be playing Final Fantasy XIV for the first time. Technically, it's not the first time. I've been through A Realm Reborn one other time, but I have not gone through the other expansions yet. The other expansions I'll be doing blind, though. And looky there! It goes in besides the other blue crystal we got. Almost like there's one for each slot. Pray forgive my lateness. Indeed. I was delayed by a congregation of Theomalgia zealots. I swear, each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot. Ugh. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time in extracting the captives, no less than I'd expect from the Flame General's handpicked men. As for these two, it's fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would have never left you to face it alone. You have been given the veritable baptism of fire. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Reborn, shall we say? This way, sir. Not really sure why we runnin'. Ifrit's kinda dead. Unless it's the other soldiers we need to worry about. So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings were nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Ul'Dan interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland. Given the troubles at court, we have only ourselves to rely upon. Never a pessimist, my dear Olivia. Promise me that you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. The meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by the adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Anyway. Why does it put us back here? Part of the game coding? I guess we just leave. I don't see any treasure chests or anything. What a difference. Did all the smoke kick up rain clouds? Ah, there you are. Come rest a while. You'll have no better opportunity after witnessing the gods' ignoramus defeat. The Amalja will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time at least. Also, yeah, technically Ifrit's not dead. They can resummon him with crystals. We just dispelled his form temporarily. Now, where were we? Yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I've arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. They may be of whole body, but the same cannot be said of their minds. For once a man is tempered. But it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have potential to shape the fate of the realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing of the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take time to relax, and return to the Waking Sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. So yeah, once you're tempered, you kinda stay tempered, so, we don't have a way to undo the brainwashing, which kinda sucks, which means the people who get brainwashed often just get executed. Because what else can you really do with them? There's no penitence you can serve, and their only goal will be to attempt to raise the gods again, which in turn brings destruction to everyone else. So yeah, it sucks, but we kinda don't have any other solution at the moment. Hence why so many people in Eorzea are scared of the primals. It isn't just the fact that they can do a ton of damage on account of being, you know, summon spirits. It's that they can literally temper your very soul. And since there's no current way to undo it, yeah, that would be terrifying. You lose the very essence of your being. You become sort of a zombie to that god. One with a lot more knowledge than a zombie, of course, but yeah, freaky. Freaky shit. And away we go, back to the Waking Sands by Chocobo. I wish to try and get into a grand company relatively soon. What time is it, 4:30? I'll probably keep going. I'm getting hungry, but I also have plans for what to do for making dinner tonight, so I'll probably just hold off eating anything. Did you ever grab those Vesper tickets? No, I did not, because that would require me returning to Ul'dah, because I have them with my retainer. So for now, you get to enjoy the ride. Because it's foggy again, although it's really cool that they have the sun set against that kind of fog. That's neat. Poor Tataru, I swear I scare her every time I come in. Ah, Triumphant Hero returns. Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He's presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. My late arrival nearly cost Bren their life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took them prisoner, and I wasn't there when they served them to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle they survived, but that does not excuse the fact that they should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed them utterly. Just as I'm failing you all. I love that look of like, seriously? What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... I feel like Ifrit maybe pretends to have really high charisma, but when he messes up, he feels like maybe really bad. I don't know. Ah, it is good to see you again. He gets the whole kicked puppy thing if he fails even once. Impeccable timing, my friend. I just had finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. Now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume aether if they are to maintain their presence here, and the stronger they become, the more aether they require. So jealous of how well I can just read the dialogue. Well, I feel like I've been struggling all morning, but thank you. When you read the Final Fantasy XIV dialogue bubbles out loud for some reason, you stutter a lot. Yeah, I do too. I've stuttered a lot this morning. It kind of depends on how much caffeine and how awake I am. Now aether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. They kind of do have an Old English way of speaking, so that probably has a lot to do with it. Just the way some sentences are formulated, my brain just stops. Yes, same. Same. My brain does that really too, and I've been worried this entire time that my reading comes across as very stuttery. So I've been worried. Thankfully, I guess it's not too bad. I'm still kind of angry at myself that I still stutter a little bit like I did this morning, but glad to know it's improving slightly. Thank you. Alas, this will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of aether, the crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving the crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of aether, sort of like the life stream inside of the planet. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering, aka the Beast Tribes. These cries serve as a beacon toward which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or aetheric coalescence, which grants their being physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. Makes me miss Okami so much. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. It is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. Probably because I'm technically tempered by, like, the big mother crystal, I would assume? I don't actually know. Compared to me, you're amazing at reading it. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. I try, at least. I don't think I do super well, but I'm at least trying. It is as though a great power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust now that you begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are now in development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is of relief that you are safe to return. The immortal flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We must rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who fell Ifrit, I fear you'll have nary a moment to yourself. Why do you have to tell everyone it was me? That also puts a target on my back. Minfilia! Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerned the tempered abductions that we rescued. I'm sorry to report that they've all been put to death. The flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. We can't let the public know that we kill people upon tempering because they'd probably get mighty upset that we don't try to change any other outcome, but like I said earlier, there's very little we can actually do. It sucks, but it's all we got. I swear to you that we could not do this if there were any other recourse, but once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal, who we cannot choose but to worship. And so we Scions must continue our fight, so that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses that his people suffered. Until next time. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louisoix would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Quest complete. Happy music to bad ending. Until not very long ago, you were but one of many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward. Not true, but go on. Confirming to Y'shtola that the Scions would benefit from your aid, and no sooner had you joined us than personally bested the primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. I didn't ask for the fame. You hoisted upon me without my permission. We have guests, or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons, they say, literally barging in. Ah, Lady Minophilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, your recent exploits have garnered you attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. No, not that kind of court. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Bren's deeds spread so quickly that the immortal flame should know of her triumph to be expected. But what of the other Grand Companies? Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Nightmare. 'Tis no ordinary person who can face a primal and emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of a valiant person such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace never reigns over the peace ever reigns over the Twelfthwood. Never reigns over the Twelfthwood. Yeah, it sounds about right. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing of terms. A person of your talents belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Loda. So you get to pick one. The Admiral is not exaggerated when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. As do many others in Limsa. Long before the rest of Eorzea took note, your name was well known to us, owing to your valorous deeds on behalf of our citizens. It's only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa in the shores to glory. Indeed. Lady Minophilia. Ah, very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the material, economic, and technological resources of the respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa, the Order of Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful in your other endeavors. Chocobo! If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so. And yet, I can see that it is no small choice you face. A thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that there are 3 city-states are planning to hold a remembrance service. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers?
A fine suggestion. You're as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well, let Bryn hear our leader speak, and in turn, they will have our decision. We eagerly await your answer. What did you expect?
I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, but it's best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. With the promise of reward as enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet however vigilant you are but one person. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one person amidst many, a friend among friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that you will have need for it in the days ahead. The Grand Company seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It would allow us to stay in touch, regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, and you have the power to help us shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you make ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will appraise you as to where and when the remarkable services are due to take place.
Now I gotta pick one. The problem is I don't really know which one I want to pick. I'm probably either gonna go with Limsa or Gridania, but it's kind of a toss-up. Mostly they are relatively the same, aside from like some of the stuff you get, as well as what color you get it in. I might go with Limsa to start, even though I have more connection with Gridania, simply because red gear fits the character. How many doors I gotta go out to get out of this place? Come on.
I'm sorry about the attention you're getting. I might have sprung your praises a little too loudly, and often to a few too many people. Next time I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know when the remembrance services are going to take place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder,
will hold the first of the 3 services. An elder seed seer, Kana Senna, will deliver her address at the Mikedo's Amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Ulta, where the Flame General Rauban Alden will be addressing the masses at the Royal Pomerade. Oh, and it's rumored there's going to be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, make your way to this star room in Limsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merwub Boofistwin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry, Xanthal, and he will admit you. Got all that? Yes, the names I stutter on. Well, off you go then. I hope you find the Remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order. Though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may very well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell!
To Gridania! Oh my god.
So, is there anything else I need to do here? Let me also put the privacy bar back on since we're going to be going into cities. And, yeah, cities come with their own stuff, don't they? Okay, that's a guild leave. I can do that some other time. Right. The dungeon. We'll probably eventually do a dungeon. Hero in the making. In Gridania. Let's just do it in the order they want me to do it in. I can probably do it out of order, but it's probably the game's way of saying, like, it makes most sense to do it this way. So I will, for you. Somebody is playing on one of their own instruments. Can I please get to the, there we go. Amphitheater, thank you. The amphitheater is open to citizens and outsiders alike. We only ask that you use the facility with care, out of respect for the kind-hearted souls who took such pains to build it. Go through here, there we go.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 seed seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelves Wood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races.
Okay, here, that's what the big ogre ones are called. I couldn't get the name in my head for some reason.
So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
And notice that the 2 silver-haired elf twins are back. Haven't seen them in a few episodes.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seed Seer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. Years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk
pox
the
on the bloody
highways without
Ixal.
fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the forest. All the elementals!
I always hate that phrase. Think of the children. What about everybody else? Like, yes, they're important, but what about everyone else? Why cannot everyone be so important? It was lame. Yeah, it kind of was a little bit, but that's also why the two Ellison kids were making fun of him for it. Like, how can you mourn someone you can't even remember?
And they're kind of right, though. They aren't mourning people, they're mourning a time that they miss.
If you'll permit me, Alfie, no.
And they're being kind of pretentious by making it seem like they're mourning specific people. Because when the Calamity hit, everybody got the whole memory wipe thing. It's kind of the game's cheeky way of saying 1.0's dead.
And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Because for those new to the game, this is just a reminder, the 1.0 version of the game is gone. It is deleted, you cannot play it anymore. You start the game at 2.0. The game no longer exists. The lore of the game in 1.0 exists, but when they wiped out the 1.0 servers to remake the game into something much better, they did actually give everyone sort of a memory wipe in the game too. It's sort of to like make the deletion of the server canon. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have contend with two beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal, Garuda. They're the bird people. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Rama, and they are fairies. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal more regularly, they may be assured that they do in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to the woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to an all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. But characters do remember events from 1.0, right? Only some characters, it seems. Certain events, but like the people that were lost in the war, appear to be gone for good. They can remember sort of like a hazy idea, I think. But they don't remember the actual faces of like the Warriors of Light and such. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? The world went boom and it shook the very core of our souls. It's almost like we've been tempered in a way. That's my interpretation of it anyway. Because I've never gotten beyond a realm report. I can't say for certain. Anyway, Thinlands next. Wait, this is gonna be some other spot. I can just warp to it. Let's go to... Where is it? It's in the Husting strip. Okay. Couldn't find it there for a second.
Behold, 'tis the Santana Nanimo herself!
And Reborn as well!
Hark you, souls of flame.
drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Reborn! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldar have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Uldar!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we.
That's not a good thing.
Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act.
As you can see, the religion here is capitalism.
Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall.
So about those refugees outside your border.
Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth.
Bro, you live in a desert, what natural wealth? Seriously, this is also where the whole Bahamut moon dropped, which means you got seared to nothingness.
In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity.
Literally, this place survives by commerce being brought in.
As the realm prospers, so shall Uldar. As Uldar prospers, so shall her people.
We are prosperous through hoarding of wealth. Literally the worship of capitalism, this place.
Together we are one.
Your grace.
Reborn?
Also, I love this.
People of Uldar, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you.
She's so tiny that in order for her to properly address the people, he has to hoist her up like a bird.
Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn!
Kind of says something, though, about their culture that she doesn't have a podium to speak at, but she just gets lifted up by one of her servants.
Forsooth!
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
That voice, though, in the background, though, sounds like Toad. I dare not hurt my voice even making the attempt. I doubt I could even do it. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Indeed, Toad has joined the Immortal Flames. Judging by your looks of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. Actually, that was for the Uldans, but I digress. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smoldering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources would never be infinite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalja, I cannot say their names, Amalja, are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. It's almost like if maybe they'd have a better time if they just saved the crystals and summoned them all at once, just a thought. Every time they do so, the Ul'dan send their forces to smite the primal, and although they irrevocably succeed, each victory is brought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. It's not even that it's a hard word, it just messes with my brain every time I read it. At such a desperate hour, an adventure of your experience would be a most welcome addition to the ranks. And last but not least, Limsa. Probably going to be held in the same chambers as before. Here to attend the remembrance service. Be quick, the Admiral is due to give her address at any moment. He joined the Limsa one back in the day. The thought of being a pirate sounded fun. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably going to join first based off of the color of the outfit, so I'm probably going to go with Limsa to start, and then eventually switch over to Gridania once I finish Limsa. Ul'dah will be last, and you love the red. Yeah, since my name literally means passion, so fiery passion, I'm probably gonna go with red to start. Let's head in. Yeah, the color was the main factor. Same.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
I barely stand out in the crowd. Can I see past anyone?
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Her.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say.
How she sees me, I do not know.
The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartino. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It's a dig I cannot
It
dispute.
has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again?
Elfinaud is so sassy. I mean, well, he is a teenager.
Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishbuck
The Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull.
Actually, the kobolds are obsessed with mining. They dig tunnels for mining, so technically wouldn't they be giving you spoils by creating the mines? Just a thought.
And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Yeah, okay, Merwilb has best speech of all 3. It's also one my own country would maybe like to heed. Just a thought.
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Camaraderie before aggression. Always important.
Fancy meeting you again.
I know. It's like you're following me or something. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Sylph-Management is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal titan for their god. They kind of look like, what are those little monkeys with the long tails? Oh gosh, why are words getting stuck in my brain so frequently? Lemurs. They look like lemurs. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right on the Lamentians' backyard. And that is to say naught of the internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Lamentians are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched in deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. But will you sail with the Admiral? Brent, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment, you say? What a coincidence! Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, please hurry back. Their over-eagerness and excitement is destroying the tapestries and the cabinets. They seek to be fed, and they seek answers. Two are quite unruly, and one is rather rude. Anyway, I probably need to go back, but first, I could probably access it from here. You guys tell me that there is letters! As I crowd around the summoning bell. Oh, before you go into adventures, you must first assign them a class. After summoning a retainer, select Assign Retainer Class from the Retainer menu to begin. Anyway. Withdraw items. Letters. 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 I do not see any such letters as you speak of. I see seeds. I see topsoil. Ingredients. Mining things. Iron sand. Seeds. I don't see any letters. And I have not sold them, so... Oof. Somebody let off a confetti bomb. Let's see. These are... Poor things. Oh, they're already in my inventory. Vesper Bay Ethereum ticket. No, that's not it. Or is it? Yes, it is! It is it! Oh my god. So just... Do I just use this? Oh dear. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. Thank you, chat. Heaven knows there'll be plenty of more uses in the future. Welcome back. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you'd hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what Grand Company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I need to find it.
Yep, these are Louis Wa's grandchildren.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
For those of you wondering who Louis Wa was, he was the man who, at the very opening cutscene, threw up the shield to prevent from Bahamut's attacks and also warped us into the future.
I should hope so.
And these two are his sassy teenage grandchildren.
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Do I have to pick right here? How was the Admiral's speech? But you need not explain. That you stand before me now is answer enough. You have resolved to join the Maelstrom, have you not? That's the spirit. With allies like you, how much stronger is our crew? Let us brave the seas together, friend. Now the choice is made, it's time to add your name to our rolls. Make your way to the Maelstrom's command back in Limsa. Alas, I think you can only do one at a time. You can always switch it up later, but I think you have to stick to one at a time. 'Tis on the upper decks, in case you've forgotten. I will send word to our personnel officer to expect you. The duties of a Maelstrom soldier can be both arduous and challenging, but I promise you, you will not regret this choice. May your passage be swift and your bearing sure. And back to Limsa. Again! Okay, that is one thing. That is the other warp thing. No, that's Tualda, not Tualda. I wish to go to Limsa. In the Lenoshi. And of course, since it's Saturday, it's very busy. Okay, it's gonna be upstairs. Good to know that there's another quest down here, though. Actually, I might check that out really quick. I have curiosities. Oh, it's to learn how to dance. Good for what ails you. And a hectic flush of panic on Dotazan's face as he looks wildly about Hawker's round. Oh my, oh dear. My cask of ale is gone, and it had to be the one who ordered by someone who doesn't brook tardiness. It would bring the matter to the Maelstrom, or perhaps seek help from the Yellow Jackets, but my client would likely frown on involving anyone official. An adventurer such as yourself, though, would be capable of doing little unofficial investigating. Would you find the stolen ale for me? It was right outside the fisherman's bottom. Surely someone saw something. What's that? You would have the client's name? Oh, none of that. Discretion requires opportunities. Now go to the fisherman's bottom and make your inquiries before this cold of mine grows worse. Bloody executioners. Got any Chocobo names in mind? Oh, that's right. You gotta name the bird. Shoot. No, I do not have any names in mind. Oh no. If anybody has suggestions. Let's go back to the Marauders. Redeer, you especially. I intend to travel together. Those who travel together can inquire baby bird names together. Cookie? Hail, adventurer. What business have you at the Maelstrom Command? I believe you're expecting me. I, a recruitment officer, sent word of your coming. It shall be my honor to induct you into the ranks of the Maelstrom. Now, before I can accept your oath, you must be made aware of several... Sir! What is it, Private? This had better be important. Sir, we received a report from a lookout of the Lower Lanasi, sir. Imperial forces have fired upon a highway Skyways airship. The vessel is a bad way, sir, and it appears to be banking for an emergency landing at Cedarwood. Cedarwood? Damn it, we have no troops available in that area. The bulk of our infantry is bogged down on the coast, skirmishing with the fishbacks. Nightmare, this is highly irregular, but I fear your first duty is in service to the Maelstrom, must needs be official. If our man in Lower Lanasi is correct, the airship will come down in territory crawling with Imperial scouts. If there are any survivors, we must reach them before the Garleans do. Make haste to Cedarwood, locate the airships, and if any of its occupants are alive, make sure to come to no further harm. We shall see about swearing you in upon your return. And away we go. So we currently have Gwyn and Cookie as the two suggestions. Where is the... Maybe it's just over here. Is the quest just up this way? I also have a Materia enhanced Hoplon to dress. Oh, it's you! I forgot about you. My aesthetician. If there's an ounce of compassion in you, friend, I beg of you, retrieve for me the tools of my trade, for I am none other than Jandalin, the aesthetis. A dream motif? I don't know. Could this be? Yes, I feel it. The light returns to my eyes. Power courses through my fingers. I live! And as I live, this unspeakable embodiment of ugliness must die. Begone, foul demon. And, so you ask, how do you feel, madame? As you can see, she now has Lightning's haircut from Final Fantasy XIII, and in green, no less, so this is how we go about changing our style. As well as getting exclusive ones that you can't get at the start of the game.
Why, it is as if, in but a single magnificent moment, I traveled beyond the void and returned to life as the embodiment of all that is beautiful in this world. Could it be? Yes, it must. How else to explain such power? You are the one whose coming was foretold. Yes, you, the aesthetician.
In the flesh, madame, I am Jandeline, crafter of coiffure so divine that Menifia herself doth begrudge my clientele their beauty. But let us speak of you, madame. From where a moment ago stood a fashion challenged from, now here stands a beauty reborn. Oh no. And you are the one I must thank for reviving my very soul, that I might once again bestow my gifts on a realm bereft of beauty, a kindness I intend to repay in full. Do you fear that your own hairstyle is becoming passé? Fear the specter of the ugliness threatening to consume you? Fear not, friend, for I shall not survive my wrath. I'm wearing a helmet. Even a man famed such as yourself could not bring about change to me. As the matter before you, as this very realm we call home, from the abyss of the unfathomable drabness you shall rise anew. My clients have been known to make reservations moons, even years in advance, but you shall know no such troubles. No, for providing a staunch ally to good taste when all others turned a blind eye, I gladly place myself at your beck and call. Yes, the next time you find yourself plagued by aesthetic ennui, you need only ring the crystal bell from the comfort of any inn room at which you have taken up lodgings. So this is how I get a man's phone number, and he'll do my hair. Very interesting. Jandeline shall hasten to the scene. Yes, in a flash, the dreary, uninspired life you have hitherto known shall end. You shall travel to a realm beyond, and return to us as a beauty reborn. I give to you this as a token of trust between us. Treasure it, for it is the key to a world of aesthetic wonders ordinary women shall never know.
Oh, Master Jandeline, do come back. I've not made yet my next appointment.
It's an interesting one, I'll say. Quest complete. Anyway, the aesthetician. You have befriended Jandeline. By using the crystal bell found in your inn room, you can call upon the services of the flamboyant aesthetician. From hairstyle and color to face paint, he can create a new look for you in a mere 2,000 gil. Whenever you feel like a change, Jandeline is your man. And yes, he will still charge you for it. So there you go, that's how you go about changing your character design. Looks like there's a little bit more to do about here before I have to head out to the Company of the Maelstrom. So where is this? Where are you trying to send me, game? That is... Let's go down the stairs. It's over at the Fisherman's Guild. Okay. Yeah, something to do with dreams might be... Well, I might chance a thesaurus the moment it comes up. Looking for Dotazan's Cask of Ale. I'll help you. Dotazan ain't a bad sort for a swiveling trader. There was a trooper come asking after the cask. Wanted to know if it was ale, the proxy fool. Any more? Say they're in the area. I see one. Oh, I see two. After a cask? Well, can't rightly say if it's your cask, but there's a big fella come by recently carrying one. He asked me if he had a smoked Mackies, what would go down nice with ale. Isn't the only thing I know either. The louse wore black. And you know what that means? The bloody executioners. I mean, salted fish snacks do go great with booze. Just gotta say. Did you see someone walk off with a cask of ale? Why sure, it was during the afternoon offloading. Fella ain't looked like a thief though. Hoisted the cask and walked right on over to the Astalika. Don't know what that is. What is this Astalika? It's the ship. This ship. Question is, can I find who I'm looking for on said ship? Probably want me up. What are you looking at? This is a dance duel. A dance duel. Much more important than anything you got. Much more. There's a specific place inside the ship where you jump on it and you'll fall off the map and can walk in the ocean? Oh no, that sounds bad actually. You may be able to scamper up the rigging crow's nest, but you can't get down? Not for a siren's teat, you great clodhopper. Beggin' pardon, Captain, but that ain't no Mihote alive heavier on her feet than the great Galutin Rogdalin such as yourself. Okay, so they are the Rogdalin. Ah, well said, Captain. Now what resorted, you bloody sunseeker? Or was you a moonkeeper? What other lands they got out there? Bah, who even cares, am I right? I think for Aura, those are some fighting words. What are you anyway? There is a whole passel of you afore, now there's only one. That's a miser's trick, it is. No, nothing worse than a miser. This whoreson, what was a magdral, admiral, what was his name? He didn't do no drinking or dancing. Bad for his corals. Corals? That can't be right. Corrals, yeah, of course, those ought to be right. Should never have doubted myself. Anyway, this Madrigal, I'll call him Madrigal Pinchfist, passed decrees like they was farts. He decreed no dancing within a hand's reach of spirits. But no Madrigal smarter than a sailing man. We just stopped reaching with their hands altogether. We initiated step dancing. That showed Madrigal Pinchfist in his corrals. Aye, that's right. Gets me all fired up too. Makes you think like, oh, I know, you want to dance. All this time, I just thought you knew I was being curlish, but... No, I insist. Dance first, talk later. That's the way of it. I guess I gotta join them even though I'm not drunk. It's out in the plaza. You can't figure out where though. Why you cagey sea fox? Dancing like Salem folk you do. I could swear there was 3 of you. Or was I just... Never mind. You're practically a sister now. You can ask me anything. A cache Godok and Doja's ale? Carried it off from Fisherman's Bottom my very own self, I did. As a matter of fact, we already drank it all once we got on board. Of course, Dotazan's getting paid for it. Someday. Don't make a difference if he frets about it for a night or two. Oh dear. And now comes the disappointing part of the evening, the shame-filled part. Why, you reprobate whoreson, that's the tale of the cask you lugged in? Blackguard, you dare call yourself a bloody executioner, all hugger-mugger bout with what belongs to who? Dodozan has the cods not to mule about the colors we wear, and you play him for a fool? I'm sorry, Captain. Wasn't thinking it through. Gots to fix that, I do. It's what they call a choral failin'. Oh, adventurer, I beg your pardon for my man. I swear Lilaman mistook him for an oyster and gave him grip for brains when she made him. Since you're already here, how about you square your account with Dodozan? Take his payment to him. We'd be much obliged. You danced with us and all, so I'm trusting the guild won't inspire any moral failings in you. That's some long keel on the Astelia, if you take my meaning. Pay for your booze! Anyway, yeah. Little drunken side quest to learn how to dance. Now to get back out of the ship. That's the real quest, especially if you do this while actually drunk. That ain't right. This one! There we go! Let us return and get our dancy feet. There you are, and not a moment too soon. Did you find my ale? Technically. Huh? Well, that's the price I was to receive, but where'd you get it? Oh, from the from the clients themselves. I see. Yes, there's always some blustery young fellow like that. Hasn't earned his swallows or stars yet, I'll wager. Cod, you say? Captain Mosenscott is kind to you. Is kind to say so, I'm sure. But I hail from Ul'dah, where trade with anyone if they have the guild to pay. Pirates, princes, they're all the same to me. And if I know these particular pirates, and I do, they'll be wanting another cast soon to drink away their fracas. Many thanks, adventurer. And now you've learned the emote step dance. So now we are capable of probably... I think it's... Can I do it 2 words or is it all once? So there we go. Oh dear, I'm gonna get actual people watching me do that. Awkward. So yeah, now I can dance. What was I doing next? Yes. Going out to the Lower Lanasi for quest. I was gonna say, that's a long ways out to go get a Chocobo. Would it be easier to maybe go out this way and then come down? If my mapping is correct? The moment you decide to be a dork and then you get an audience. Yep. I was half afraid people would clap or something. Anyway, onward to the Chocobo! Give me back my burb. I wish to have my burb. Oh yeah, there's a whole downed airship out here. What went about out here? Wonder if the bird is part of the storyline now, or if we still need to grind it for a bit of seals. I guess we'll see. I don't remember. Deploy the distraction dodo. An adventurer, what are you doing out here? No, wait, let's find some cover first. I mean, I think we're hidden as is. You're the one who decided to wear bright blue. Maelstrom Command sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. I mean, I'm kind of in the right colors, though, if you think about it. Be at ease, sir. We're of the Maelstrom. You are a Garland Ironworks engineer, yes? One of our lookouts reported the attack on your craft. We're here to rescue you. You must be Nightmare. Good work on reaching our friends here before the Imperials. I think I might have a name in mind. Just a cross of two things. It's a reference, but you'll get it immediately. It's a bit of a mix of what everyone selected, really. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no end to the man's treachery? It's not as exciting as you think it's gonna be. If anything, it's kind of lame, but we can all womp womp at it together. The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They're not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We're taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must. And bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Scouting party from Castra Macedons, I'd say. Seems they want your ship, engineer. Wedge, you have to help him. The fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. Yep, Biggs and Wedge. Both a Final Fantasy VI reference and a Star Wars reference. The tiny Bronco. Isn't that the new design people have been whispering about? It was a Star Wars reference first, then it became a Final Fantasy VI reference, and now it's a Final Fantasy XIV reference. It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since the Master Garland. Well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And then she was soaring. She really was. Till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Alright, pay attention. We're going to hit these Imperials hard and fast. If they want a souvenir from Eorzea, they can have a knife to the gut. But they're not getting that ship. Oh, and don't forget to save the Lalafell. What say you, Nightmare? Ready to give these curs a hiding? Heck yeah! Like a tidal wave, lads. Charge. An ambush. To arms. We got 2 tanks. We'll be fine. Of course, let's make myself the main tank. I'm stunned. There we go. Couldn't move there for a second. Oh dear. Got the robots coming out. They brought the Gundams. Guys, don't stand in this. Oh, AI. Gotta love it. Why has it got the zoomies all of a sudden? Biggs. Wedge, you should have stayed with the ship.
That was a close one.
Too damn close. So how's she looking anyway?
The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne.
A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. We'll stand watch until the ship is ready to take off. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts eventually, but I doubt they'll get here for a good while yet. Nightmare, you're free to return to the Maelstrom Command to complete your introduction. Ordinarily, I'd ask you to stay, but I think we'd all feel better knowing an adventurer of your ability was safely sworn in and ready for the next mission. Rest assured, I'll inform Command of the part you played today. I, just wanted to say sorry, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though, if I hadn't been for you and the Maelstrom lads here, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge.
Thank you. We're very grateful.
Return to base, I think. We'll now see. That's such a close trek. Tis right up the hill, and we shall be there. I could warp if I'm feeling really lazy. But yeah, that's one way to escape your old country, huh? Emigrate by building a new type of airship. I thought there was a monster at first and I had a bit of a scare. It's just somebody's big bulky mount. Anyway, let's warp up to the aft castle. Get a Chocobo. Please get us our Chocobo. I hope this is what it was. I know it comes with doing this. I just don't know all the steps involved. There's so many people. Welcome back, Nightmare. I heard the report. You need to be concerned about the engineers. They completed their return trip without any further interference. I must admit, I had my doubts at first, but it seems the stories about you are true. I look forward to seeing what else you're capable of, after you're properly introduced into the Maelstrom, of course. Now, speaking of your introduction. I get red paint. I didn't come here for paint. I get plenty of paint, and I can make my own paint. Let's start afresh, shall we? You are welcome here, Nightmare. That such a well-respected adventurer would choose to join our ranks is most heartening. Before you swear your allegiance to us, however, it's only right that I tell you exactly what it is that you'll be joining. A grand company is more than simply a collection of soldiers. It is an all-encompassing organization which draws upon resources of an entire city-state to form a united military force capable of standing against a nation's deadliest enemies. We of the Maelstrom are charged with meeting the threats posed by the primals and the Garlean Empire, and solving the many problems caused by the calamity. Every man and woman who serves our true colors has a role to play in keeping the great warship that is Limsa afloat, and on whatever heading Chief Admiral Merwub sees fit to set. As part of this grand vessel's crew, you will be expected to take your turn at the oars, for the winds do not look favorable, and strength of arm may be the last that sees us to safe port. If I've lost you with talk of ship and oar, let me put it another way. A Maelstrom soldier labors till her last breath, fights till their last drop of blood. We give our all in service to this nation, and no less is expected of you. Nightmare, in customary for new recruits to swear an oath to their own choosing upon entering the Maelstrom's ranks. Is there aught you'd like to say? Say nothing. You have my sword till sea swallows all. What skills I have are yours till sea swallows all. I will follow the Admiral to the bottom of the abyss or say nothing. Ooh. I guess I'll go with skills for now. Ah yes, the many and varied skills of the adventurer. I have no doubt that your travels have furnished you with such knowledge as will prove invaluable to our cause. I hereby assign you the rank of Storm Private 3rd Class. You are now officially a soldier of the Maelstrom. Welcome aboard, Private. May you serve Limsa well till sea swallows all. And just like the real military, you gain actual ranks by completing missions. Congratulations, you have joined the Navy. No BMT required. I guess it technically was. We got to see combat skills, but don't have to run any miles.
Can you hear me? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Maelstrom contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations.
May they have better benefits than we currently do.
I have no doubt that you're eager to make an acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a person of the storm, you are no less a scion. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting.
No rest for the wicked, huh? Before you make yourself scarce, I recommend having a word with Commander Riki. Might be worth your while. You may now accept the quest, My Little Chocobo. There we go. By speaking with Rashant Riki. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for A Realm Reborn. Really? What does me having a Chocobo have to do with... Anyway, Storm Private 3rd Class. Delivery missions unlocked. You are now a member of the Grand Company. You have been assigned the rank of Private 3rd Class. Your Grand Company and rank can be confirmed at any time under the Profile tab in the Character interface under Character in the main menu. A little bit of a redundant sentence. Grand Companies pay their members not in gil, but in company seals. You can confirm how many seals are currently in your possession under the currency in the main menu. Seals can be earned by completing various Grand Company missions. The Grand Company Quartermaster is stationed at each Grand Company headquarters and will exchange items for company seals. Company seals are only redeemable within the Grand Company that you have issued them with. So, if I earned them in Limsa, I can only redeem them with Limsa. Supply and provisioning missions. The Grand Companies of Eorzea are in constant need of supplies and provisions to maintain their daily operations. Adventurers can earn experience points by company seals by crafting or gathering the items requested and delivering them. Speak to a Grand Company personnel officer or one of the many officers stationed throughout the realm to complete the delivery. So, what other game was I doing that was very similar to this? Oh no, it's probably the Leave Mates. This is very similar to Leave Mates, but they give you seals instead of just random equipment. Items sought to change every day, Earth time. They can be confirmed by selecting timers located under the duty in the main menu. So, you know, real time. Basically, it resets in real time. So when midnight strikes for where I currently reside, they reset. So if you don't have something for today, you'll probably find something later. And I must say, doing these for your crafting sets is an excellent way to level them up. Instead of making the same thing over and over again, do some of these like delivery quests instead. So like swan feather, eagle feather, what does he want? Pudding flesh. I don't have any of these currently, but if I drop these off, it would drastically increase level. Oh, these are actually, nope, these are what you buy. My bad. Dropping off is this one, I think. Undertake supply and provisioning, apply for a promotion. There we go. This is what I need to drop off. So if I give him any of these, if I have any extras, it gives a ton of experience. Just make sure you're in the correct class. Otherwise, it'll give it to like my Marauder, for example. So don't do that. Expert delivery missions are available upon attaining the rank of Storm Sergeant 2nd class. So I gotta unlock those. I probably will in the background. Moor Leech and Bomb Ash. Oh, those are from monsters. So that'll be something I get later. Do I have any of these? Yeah. Am I using these? Yeah. But if I can make more of them, like this elm longbow, for example. Let me see if I can. What do I have in the ways? Elm velocity bow. Warped elm longbow. Maybe one lower. They're usually based very similarly to where your class is, too. I need an ash branch. I need 2 ash branches. But I can actually get those really easily, so I might grab this, make a longbow, and come back. There we go. We get my Chocobo flute. Well, if it isn't Private Nightmare, I must say, the tales of your deeds have been an inspiration to the troops. Our duties take us far and wide, and I'll wager that you've slogged across quite a few realms of countryside, on naught but your own 2 feet. Indeed. Such a sterling soldier of the Maelstrom deserves their own steed. Let us see about having one issued for you. All you need to do is obtain a Storm Chocobo in issuance by exchanging company seals with the quartermaster. Once you have this deed, present it to Fragrim, and she will see you saddled up on one of our trusty birds. So, let's go do the thing really quick. For some seals. Gotta go back down and get my ash branches. It is Hawker's Alley. Oh my gosh, what is that? That is like a mini squirrel. That looks like a sugar glider. Oh, it's so cute! Anyway, back on task. Trust to withdraw items. Ash branch. Let's do this with the mouse. Also with money, you don't need to carry it around. You can put it in the inventory. So watch this. Inventory. I believe. Oh, maybe you sell it. Search for item link. I think maybe you sell this. Shop selling price none. Sells for 500 gil. Okay. So I do have to like actually talk to one of the shopkeepers to sell it. Never mind. Really quickly. Elm longbow. We need cotton yarn. We need branches. And of course, if you make it good quality, like I just did, you're going to get even more experience. So let's bring this baby back up to the aft castle. There we go. You can see that I get 146 seals for turning it over. They'll actually get more experience. I mean, I'll also look. Experience, yeah, so I'm at level 20 at the moment, and I'll get 146 seals. 2, 1, watch it go, kaboom! Two levels, automatically, just like that. This is such a great way to level up your extra crafting classes. You have no idea. Well, actually, now you do. So there we go, got some seals. Got 292 seals, and we can only hold up to 10,000 at a time, as you can see up here. But we can get that increased, I believe, while increasing our rank. So what did she want us to do for my little chocobo? I'm gonna mix to Fergime? Who? I don't know that person. Is off this way, I think? Chocobo license. Chocobo license. It says it's red, too. Let the hunt begin. Princess and the Fish. Armor's Pride. Ah, here we go. Oh, the Choco Keep. Why is it red? Oh, dear. Somebody's jamming out. Might need the company seals. I might not be able to do this right away, in which case I'll work on just making deliveries and stuff to get enough seals. Yeah, why are you locked out? Maelstrom. Want a bird issued? Of course, you will need to exchange storm seals for it. You can earn those by completing tasks for the Maelstrom. Sylph-Management Grand Company. Oh no! I can't get enough! Okay. I need storm seals. But how many storm seals? It didn't tell me! Let me take a look at it again. I'll need to see your Storm Chocobo issuance. Okay, so maybe I buy it there. Alright, then I'll go back up and see how many it costs. Probably a lot. Because it's an MMO. And MMOs are mean. What are you? Let the hunt begin. Maelstrom, level 50. Wait, why are you blue again? A pup no longer. Would have you begin your training in earnest. Ah, Private Nightmare. Just the person I was hoping to see. Your exploits of late have been the talk of the Limsa. Don't let this puff your sails up too much, but I've heard some of the higher-ups are saying that the Maelstrom would be lost at sea without you. But I suspect you're not the type to rest on your laurels. Nay, the tempest raging in your eyes tells me you're looking for new waters to navigate. Fortunately, we just have a place just for people like you. Have you perchance heard of the Wolves' Den? It's a proving ground of sorts established by the Eorzean Alliance, a place where most promising of the Grand Company recruits are sent to hone their skills. Oh, this is the PvP zone, isn't it? The Wolves' Den is to be found just off the shores of Lanasi. The ferry at the Moraby dry docks in Lower Lanasi will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Burkoya Lothaslin. I've sent him to know that you'll be coming, so you can count on a warm welcome. That's PvP, isn't it? Okay, Quartermaster. Armor. Materials. Storm Chocobo. 200! Oh, I can get it! Because I did my little, drop-off thing. I can get it. Okay, we got it. We got it. Well, I'm up here, though. Nice Chocobo time. I do have one more thing. I completed a quest for the blacksmith. It's almost Chocobo time. Choco detour. since I melded some materia onto a shield earlier. What do you want? Hanaza give you running errands again? I got a thing for you. What's this? Brought me a shield, have you? With materia. Impressive. But don't imagine a bit of materia is enough to make up for shoddy workmanship. I ain't the kind to be blinded by sparkles. He says this, he's right in front of fireworks. Now let's have a closer look. Doing that right in front of the fireworks is like A+ timing. Bugger me. 'Tis when they make the step up from the bronze to iron that the weaker craftsmen start to show their limitations. The metals being a damn sight harder to shape, all manner of flaws creep into their work. But there ain't a single bleeding one on this shield. Your hammer blows were steady and measured. And you've kept the thickness of the iron nice and even too. No bugger wants a shield splitting in half because the armor beat a bit of the plate too thin. A fine piece of work, this. Damn fine. That's twice you've passed me inspections now. I'm convinced. You've the kind of skills that demands respect. So as one artisan to another, let me ask you a question. What are your thoughts on Hananza's handling of the guild? I know you ain't been with us for long, but you must have wondered what she was playing at, am I right? If you ask me, the soft-hearted wench is pulling the damn place with blundering amateurs, where we armorers are in naught but name. An armor crafts gear as keeps men alive. If you lack the skill or the experience to make armor, as that'll do the job, you've no business holding a hammer. Just imagine what would happen if a breastplate made by one of them lackwits fell apart in battle. And not just the poor bastard wearing it, neither. I'm talking about what'd become of the guild's good name. The way Hananza entrusts those novices is real craftsman's work. She's spitting in the face of the builder. Only a tried and true adventurer should be taking on orders and dealing with valued patrons. By refusing to get rid of the drags, Hananza's dampening the flames of our forges. Forge master, my arse. How could she be so bloody blind? Anyway, we get to pick new stuff. It's only has control, though. The gloves are better. The leggings are better. I'll go with gloves. I got hot red gloves. Alright, can I take on the next one? No, I cannot. I need to be 22. Well, as we can see, I now have a new avenue for leveling up. So it's also... One of our items were not melded with a specific materia? Eh? Game, I don't know what you want from me. Alright, this can be Chocobo time. Please, hold back your hype. The name is not going to be that good. Want a bird issued, you say? Then I'll need to see your Storm Chocobo issuance. I got it in these pockets somewhere. Just ignore the spiders and the bat wings. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back with your Chocobo. And there's my bird baby! And here it is. The fellow has been in high spirits these past few bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Now then, to make it official, I want to give you your noble steed a name. Okay, so since Gwyn makes me think of, like, The Witcher, and The Witcher makes me think of herbs, and this is going to be my little herb gathering buddy. Kweh! And Radir wanted something with auras and dreams to go off of my own sort of name. We get Dreamweaver. A little reference to my draconian self, mixed with everything else I'll be doing. My little herb gathering, dream weaving buddy. Kweh! I dare say he likes his name. Here's your very own Chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it, and your feather friend will come bounding down to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in a crowded city areas or monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. Basically, you can't summon them in towns or in dungeons. And lastly, I present you with your Chocobo rider's license, as it is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. Behold, personal Chocobos. You can use the Chocobo whistle to acquire the action to summon your personal Chocobo. Unlike rental Chocobos, there is no time limit regulating how long you can remain on Chocoback. Remember, however, there are areas such as highly populated cities and narrow dungeons that your Chocobo will refuse to enter. The action to summon your Chocobo can be set to your hotbar and located within your mount guide and be found under Character in the main menu. Chocobo armor or barding can be equipped via the companion interface situated in the Characters section of the main menu. So your Chocobo can also fight in battle and stuff. So let's use our new whistle. That'll give us the action to summon the Chocobo. Let's go into actions and traits. Should be in one of these. Companion, mount guide, display detail informations. Nope, that ain't it. It's one of these. Currency character, Chocobo's saddlebag. Oh, your Chocobo's gonna have a saddlebag, by the way, so they can carry even more stuff. Actions, traits, general, sprint, teleport, return, auto attack, jump, target forward, repair, minion roulette, target back. Give me a minute. Isn't travel, map, mount speed. Really? Mount speed? Displays movement speed. No. Party, social, logs, duty, character. System. Extras, maybe? Group pose, idling camera. What's in here somewhere? If you see it, yell it. Target forward, duty action. Official site, system configuration, character configuration. Adventure, plate, Chocobo saddlebag, inventory, armory, companion! Displays information. No. That might not be it. Back in the day, you used the Chocobo taxis a lot before you got your own. Leveling was a lot slower back in the day, so you're happy. Should be for the action. Yeah, it makes it so much easier. Which one of these is my Chocobo? It's in here. Displays actions. Mount guide. Detail information on the mounts you have acquired. Oh, here we go. Summon your Grand Company issued Battle Chocobo. So yeah, now we can finally do this. Probably gonna put this where the auto attack is, and then put auto attack on the other menu. So it's still in here, so it's still active. It just is out of the way. Because I don't need it in the way, man. So there we go. And now, when we're on the field... One actually is the Mount Roulette, never mind. Yeah! It was inside another command. So yeah, there we go. You whistle, and he comes! While on Chocoback, it is a Chocobo icon will appear in your status effect bar. You can dismount your Chocobo at any time by selecting the icon, or by reselecting the action you used to mount your steed. Use the Chocobo whistle to summon your steed again. So all I have for now is the Chocobo. You will get other mounts. You've probably seen them running around, but here we go. This is how we get around place faster, and I am probably never running unless I'm in a dungeon again. Because why would I? Anyway, where are we going now? Wolf's Den. Oh yeah, this is gonna be the... I gotta attune to it! How the heck do I... That's from Thinland. That is from the Dry Docks. Yeah, it was inside. Actions and traits, main commands, companion, right-click companion, then you can drag this out of here. And then these are if you want your Chocobo for combat, which I'm not gonna do just yet. You need Gasol greens for that, and also, I don't like my little buddy getting hurt. Oh, I should also mention, Chocobo can go through tiny towns like this. It just can't go through big towns. But otherwise, yeah, you can ride Chocobo down through here. The skiff is bound for the Wolves' Den. Might you care to join us? So expect to see that Chocobo booty a lot. You've entered a PvP area. If you have a soul crystal equipped, your traits and hotbars, something something, didn't get to finish reading that. Alright, PvP, player versus player. Duty involves battles focused around other teams rather than in-game creatures and incorporates an independent battle system with its own set of unique rules. Final Fantasy XIV offers several different varieties of PvP, from ranked matches to casual training for anywhere from 2 to 72 participants. For more information on PvP, visit the Lodestone, the official player site on Final Fantasy XIV. That's the online guidebook. I'm just here to get the damn crystal attuned and then I'm out. I've never done PvP before. Once you get a house or apartment, you can also change the color of your Chocobo's feathers. I'm probably just gonna live in the inn, though. Please, I beg of you. Stay these ferocious-looking fists. I'm not ready for full contact sparring. I've only just begun practice on my one Elm punch. Wait a minute. Are you an Aura NPC? You're the first one! So, you haven't come to duel me then. My apologies. You have the look of a person who enjoys the thrill of a fight, and I thought perhaps you'd come to challenge me. And for good reason, I might add. You see, the Maelstrom recently opened up a new sparring ground of sorts, right here in the pier. Now adventurers can go toe-to-toe without climbing down into the pit. What's the pit? I was all but certain you were just like everyone else, eager to earn a notch on your belt. I haven't seen the skill nor the courage to put up a fight, but you have the look of a person who's weathered their fair share of battles. Perhaps you'd like to test your mantle in the ring? Not with me, of course. The officer who oversees the arena is just over there. Doubtless she'd be happy to tell you about it. Just look at that frightful stare, always on the lookout for fresh blood, or so they say. He pointed in that direction, so... What's this? Another wolf pup. Itching to get the ring, are we? Well, if it's blood you're after, you need it quick. Might be you can stake your thirst here. Before you go rushing off to get yourself bludgeoned, though, there's rules to be learned. Don't you worry none. I'll teach you all you need to know. It's time to duel. The quest name was It's Time to Duel. Here, oop, there's the Aetherite. That's right, gotta touch the big crystal. There we go, now we can warp back. It's in here somewhere, there we go. I don't recall seeing your ugly mug around here before. You say that Ricky sent you? She said she was sending a new wolf to the den. More like the run of the litter, if you ask me. You barely have fangs for the houndin', but I guess I'm feeling God's damn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. Start yourself off with crystalline contact. There goes my ability to read. Crystalline conflict. Them training bouts are made special for feckless adventuring types who can't tell sound strategy from horse's arse. I still reckon it won't be midday before you run home with your tail between your legs crying for your mum. But you can have a word with Lieutenant Gungi Zalungi if you insist on giving it a go. You'll find him outside, assuming you can work up the nerve. And stand up straight, maggot. This ain't no place for the weakest spine. Dismissed. I am standing straight. Oh, does this give us Grand Company seals? PvP unlocked. So if instead you're feeling antisocial and you don't want to craft anything, I guess you can beat some other person's skull in. Crystalline Conflict. You have unlocked Crystalline Conflict. The Graham Companies of Eorzea established this new tactical exercise to strengthen their individual members' strategic capacity. Outmaneuver other adventurers just like you in a match of wits to claim victory. Speak with Gungi Zalungi at the Wolves Den to learn more. I'm good. I'm good. If you're more the face bash and fighting type rather than the find materials to craft type, this is your way to earn company seals, I guess. But anyway, to the Waking Sands. Wait. Chat taught me a thing. Where'd I stick them? So many Power Rangers everywhere now. Let me in. Welcome back. Lady Minfilia awaits you within. Do I get seals now for this too? Weird. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tales of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us. Now, when we last spoke, I said I wanted you to meet some friends. Did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, sirs. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm... Gods, man, spit it out, will you? Wedge, at your service. I'm pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea, and as a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, this is what we needed, the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea. And I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Where do they get those? Is it the holiday reward? Yeah, it is. It's the summer festival reward. I already have mine. I did that earlier.
Now, having set aside the formalities, we have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis, if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramuh's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know. It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylph's favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us?
Well, I mean, saying no kind of makes me the bad guy.
I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
There we go, off to the Twelves Wood. Black Shroud, New Gridania. You're gonna get used to all this warping. This is why I need to sell stuff on the market so I have money for warps when I actually make the LP. You could walk if you're really out of money, but I'd really prefer not to if possible. There's also a new quest over here. Earrings. Joe Mui would grant you passage through the White Wolf Gate. Oh, I think that opens up the other passage. Bren, is it not? I've been following your exploits with great interest. You have served Limb Settlement so well, but I believe your great accomplishments are yet to come. It is with such lofty expectations that I would grant you passage beyond Gridania's own White Wolf Gate. Take this pass and show it to, oh god, Franchimontois at the gate. Gird yourself well for the battles to come, and I'm sure that news of your deeds will reach me again before long. Basically lets us go out the other way. It's also... Oop, no, I don't want to warp. I just want to increase my map size. We know far too little of the Sylphs to lay any worthwhile plans. We must call upon the Scions once more if we're to... beg pardons, 'tis a terrible habit of mine to think aloud. But tell me, what brings you to the Adder's Nest? Gotta go to bed, but thanks for the stream. Okay, good night, Nehru. Hope you have a good night's rest. And you, Radir, don't worry too much about napping earlier. I told you to take it easy, so I mean it. I'm not gonna fault you for taking a rest. Hail, adventurer, I bid you welcome to the Adder's Nest. You seek to entwine your destiny with the Twin Adder. Good day, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today. Yidin Palpimo, it's always a great pleasure to see the two of you. My men tell me your quest is in the name of the Scions of late. Quite so, Commander. A little bird told us that the Twin Adder was in need of our adventuring prowess. Aye, your little bird sings true. No doubt you've heard that we're investigating the Sylphs, a curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the Twelveswood their home. The Sylphs are, for the most part, a peaceable bunch. much to the delight of the Elder Seedseer, who has no desire to see your people embroiled in yet another fruitless war. The Twin Adler is of the same mind, and it is precisely for the reason that the Sylph's relation to the primal Rama, has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Should there ever be a sliver of a chance that the summoning of the primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribes, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Better to be safe than sorry indeed. Do we strike at Rahamu or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? This is the question, yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound within Gridania, but to listen only to one's own amongst the great mistakes a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That is where you scions come in. The Sylphs of the Little Solace remain untempered, and have held many a protective dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on the tempered brethren. So keep in mind too, it's not just humans that can be tempered, it's also beastmen. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic tradition and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. It would not do well to have any cross-cultural faux pas get in the way of productive parley. En route to Little Solace, you will come upon the Hawthorn Hut. Our officer stationed there can enlighten you as how to win the Sylph's favor. May your expedition be a worthwhile one. A friendly palaver with the Sylphs? This should be a pleasant enough diversion. The Hawthorn Hut, was it? Why, I believe the ferry departing from the West Shore Pier should take us straight there. A friendly palaver indeed. I hope this will be as straightforward as you say, Papalemo. Okay, where is the other thing? The gate. I wish to... Okay, it's this way. Up here. Didn't see this little alcove. Only those who possess a gate pass may travel through the White Wolf Gate. It's for your own good. The fearsome beasts that lurk beyond would tear an unprepared adventurer from limb to limb. So because a higher level area is directly connected to Gridania for some reason, the way the city's structured, and since this is a beginner area, depending on what class you choose, they put a gate here just to make it so people don't accidentally wander out the old one and get mauled by level 30 plus enemies and ruin their good time. But here you go. Oh, you have papers. Let me see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. Go safely. In the future, should you wish to pass, you need only say the word. I think we still need to talk to them every time, though. Okay, strength, tenacity, vitality, skill speed, and that's for mages. So... I don't actually know which one would be better. Forget what tenacity does. Skill speed I know, though. I might go with this one. New Aethernet destination. We can now warp out the Aether Light too to be able to get out of here. We don't technically need to talk to him every time. We can warp out. Mossbound is a task for a capable adventurer. It's no ordinary adventurer who's granted passage through the White Wolf Gate. I'm Roustmount of the Wood Whalers, and I would see you live up to your reputation. My fellow whalers at Dunstan Spire are in grave need of adventurer's aid. Should you have a mind to make yourself useful, travel there and seek out Thevenix. Thevenix? Thevenix. Anyway, are there any other... Gosh, my neighbor's just absolutely blasting music. Stop! Bro, we get it. You're insufferable. Let me take on the new quest here really quick. As I jog alongside two bunny girls. So much so that I run face first into a pole. Wish as patrons of the Carolyn Canopy would get a closer eye on their belongings.
As if I'm not busy enough with playing Lost and Found. Oh, do forgive me, friend. Once again, one of our customers has departed without her belongings, and I'm at a loss for what to do about it. While I understand that adventurers have many cares on their minds, it would make my life a bit easier if they could keep their personal effects in order, but you did not come here to lend an ear to my grumblings. This is the book in question. The face of its owner was unfamiliar to me, but Iral over there seemed quite smitten with her, as with every pretty lass he lays his eyes on, but that's neither here nor there. Might I trouble you to inquire as to the girl's whereabouts? I found the man to be less than forthcoming ever since he spurned his advances. Ah, the sweet little thing with the journal? Of course I remember her, and I remember her well. Had a smile to warm the heart, and a laugh, a lilt, one might say, to tickle the depths of the soul. And she was most eager to hear tales of my many travels, which speaks to a keen and sensitive mind. Jilly, I believe, was her name. No, that's not right. Jilly was the redhead from last week. Ah, damned if I can remember. You must understand, no small number of comely lasses seeks out my company. I dare say keeping all the names and faces straight is an adventure in and of itself. Any road, the girl spoke of paying a visit to Apaku Falls before traveling on. Like as not, you'll find her there now. Here there now. Shedding a tear or two at the parting. Do pass along my regards if you see her. Should she really be readily recognizable in that charming straw hat of hers. We got ourselves a womanizer. In the house that Death built. What is this? Has a glut of gossip he's been dying to share with someone. If you're poking around looking for work, you might be an adventurer too. Am I right? You won't find much here, I'm afraid. Seems the only thing people talk about here these days is that nasty bit of business down by the Isamar. Surely you've heard the stories of a strange portal suddenly appearing in the ruins down there? Maybe it's a dungeon or something. Hey, don't give me that look. I'm only telling you what I overheard from the whalers. They say that on the other end is some sort of labyrinth. The thing is, every time they go down there to map the place out, nothing is the same. A mystery if I've ever heard one. Oh, wait, I think I know what this might be. This is that individual quest for the necromancy achievement, isn't it? Frankly, I'm more than happy to let it stay a mystery. Strange apparitions, booby-trapped corridors, going down there is nothing short of a suicide. You can go with friends, but you can also do it solo, and there's an achievement for doing it solo. Granted, it's not to be done in this particular class. I need to get my other main DPS before I go down there doing that, because I have a method to the madness, and that won't be till Heaven's Ward, I'm afraid. Still, the prospect of treasure is awful tempting. Don't take my word for it, though. Head down to Isamar, and you can hear it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. But with that, we have done a lot, and it is almost 7 o'clock, so I'm going to talk to the innkeep and retire. Everybody else is going to bed. I think it's about time for me to do the same. Well, I'm not going to bed, but to get other things ready. Anyway, so this is where I'm going to call it for now. We made strides in progress. We, increased our class levels. I'm going to be working on gathering and crafting in the background, especially on the dailies over in Limsa, in order to give myself a better chance of whatever the heck. I'm probably good on armor and stuff now. I haven't unlocked the dungeons necessary for getting new armor and whatever. I'm probably, when I start up the next stream, depending on if there's going to be a lot of crafting, I'll probably do stuff like unlocking these dungeons, like Halati, while I am in the midst of crafting. So that'll give me a chance to load up the duty finder and not be too worried about being interrupted from tasks, because it probably will. And these dungeons, because it has to be done through duty finder, sometimes you can enter in within 5 minutes, and sometimes depending on time of day, how many people are playing, if it's the weekend, what have you. I tend to play earlier in the morning, so if I end up playing this later in the week, which I don't know, it depends. I'm going to be doing Fontaine probably Monday, so Genshin is going to be Monday. And then maybe if I do this later in the week after I've leveled up my other stuff a bit, I'll start out with registering for the duty finder to get it prepped, because Lord knows when it'll go off. That is dependent on other people. It'll probably go off faster for me, like I said, because most people play DPS and I'm a tank, so I'm in higher demand. But yeah, then we can go on and check out the Sylphs and continue further in with the story. What level is our... Level 20. Okay, we come in pieces level 20, so I'm not as far along as I think I am. A Realm Reborn goes into the 50s and 60s, so using that as measurement, I'd say we're about 40% done? I don't know, it depends.
It really depends. With A Realm Reborn, I'd lower it down and say closer to like 25, but I digress. So with that, this is where I'm going to leave things for now. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined, and I hope to see you all in future streams. Bye-bye!